I'm going to call to order the Monday, May 18, 2026 meeting of the City of Concord Finance Committee. I will just mention that if anyone in the room has difficulty hearing, we do have audio devices in the rear of the room available from the Concord TV booth where Michael is waving his hand. If you need hearing assistance, go back there, talk to Michael, he'll give you a set of headphones. All right, I will now call the roll. Councilor Brown.
Here.
Champlin is here. Councilor Davey.
Present.
Councilor Fennessy is running late. Councilor Foote.
Present.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Here.
Councilor Horn.
Here.
Councilor Caleb.
Here.
Councilor Keach is running late. Councilor Credevin.
Here.
Councilor Kurtz.
Present.
Councilor Schlosser.
Here.
Councilor Schultz is running late. Councilor Secco is running late. Councilor Todd.
Here.
Thank you. Seeing that we have a quorum, the roll is called. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the May 14th, 2026 Finance Committee meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The minutes are adopted. I will just mention, as I did last meeting, last Thursday, for the general public, the people watching at home, City Council tonight and for the next few nights on our agenda, we'll be meeting as a committee in the whole. That means that we're not sitting as City Council. We are instead sitting as the Finance Committee, receiving reports from the city staff on the city managers and the city manager on his budget. I also want to mention or remind city councilors that if you are filing a request for information using the information sheets that were distributed with the budget, please direct those completed information requests to the city manager's office, not to individual department or division heads. The city manager's office is coordinating, getting the responses to you. They need to track them. They need to make sure that the questions asked were responded to. So please send your requests to the city manager's office. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Espel.
Members of the council, and you wanted me to remind you that after following this meeting,
there will be a non-public session. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Got them all. Okay, so tonight we will review the general government section, the police department, the fire department, and general services, and then have a public hearing at the end. But as I go through each of the departments, I'll stop, I'll pause, and then obviously ask any questions that you want at that time. But the public hearing will be at the end. So the first item on the agenda is item number 4. So if you go to your section of the budget, you'll see number 4, general government. And you'll want to start on page 68. That's a summary of all the departments in this section. So you can see, we're going to go through each one of those sections through the first part of this session of the meeting. And then if you move on to page 70, we'll do the city manager's budget, office budget. So there are no revenues, as you can see, budgeted for fiscal year 27. The revised budget and the projected budget for fiscal year 26 is for revenues received from the opioid settlement and was transferred to reserves for future use. So as those dollars come in, we bring them to you, you accept them, and you set them aside for future use, which you then have to take further action on. Expenses budget to budget are down $122,000 or 16%, and that's mainly due to the $150,000 grant for events program budgeted in the fiscal year 26 budget and not included in the fiscal year 27 proposed budget. The other differences are increases due to wages, benefits, and other small operational changes. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you have on the manager's budget.
Questions for the city manager? Councilor Brown.
This is on page 68. The assessing is significantly higher in 2027 than 2025. Is that based on, let's see, calculations for assessed value? Is that new construction, actual construction, or what might happen?
So the way we do these budget reviews is we do the manager's office, then we do the legal office, then we do the assessing office.
Okay, this is just, all right.
So, yeah, so I'll get into detail
Okay.
on that section when we get there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions for the city manager? Councilor Caleb.
You mentioned that the $150,000 is not included for this year.
Yes,
Can I ask why that is?
sorry?
Can I ask why?
I've never included it in the
Oh, okay.
budget in the past. That's something the city council has added at the end, and usually comes out of the economic development reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Well, but it's expensed out of my office, if you appropriate the dollars.
Any other questions? All right, please, Mr. City Manager, please proceed.
So next, you'll want to go to page 73. Revenues are up $2,400 or 3%, and these are fees are for prosecutorial services for Bow, Dumbarton, and Loudon. And expenses budget to budget are up $64,000 or 4%, and this is due to wage and benefit increases and changes in small other operational expenses. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. The budget material projects approximately 166 right-to-know requests in 2026 and another 135 for 2027. We're doing legal, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
But previously was at 117 requests in 2025. And while the projected number decreased slightly, what you're projecting for 2027, the overall volume still appears to be pretty significant and also seems to be pretty weighty on the staff.
Yes.
Are we getting to a point where we need to look at adding staff in that office in order to answer right-to-know requests?
I believe so. I've talked to council about this in the past, and we had to weigh whether a few years back adding to the prosecutorial staff or adding to the civil staff, essentially the civil staff. And we went with the prosecutorial staff at that time because if you remember the different programs they're having in the court system, judges had tried some programs, they were complete failures, and a lot of the requirements came back to the cities and towns for prosecution. So we ended up going with that one, but I still believe we do need another civil attorney to work with Danielle and John.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To follow up on that question, where are most of those right-to-know requests coming from? Is that from the media or from citizens?
Do you mind if I
Councilors?
bring the city solicitor up?
Please do.
Good evening. To answer your question, they're really coming from lots of different sources. I took a look at who were the frequent requesters, and Concord Monitor had, I believe, 15 requests over this fiscal year. So that if you aggregate those all together, those would be that would be the largest single requester. It would be the Concord Monitor, but we have several other organizations and individuals, some people who have been involved with litigation, other people who are close to government who have made requests. So many of those have 5, 7, 10 requests. So we are definitely trending up in terms of volume overall.
Okay. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. How many of the requests come from out-of-state individuals?
So I would say, without having the exact number, about, I would say 20% of those, and by and large, if we have out-of-state requests that are just research institutions who are trying to collect data alone on, for example, RFPs, we generally we will refuse those, or we'll say, if you want to come in and examine them, we'll make them available, but they are not necessarily those are not necessarily ones that we spend a lot of time on. Most of our effort is individuals that have a connection with the city.
Councilor Brown.
Yes. Does the city solicitor's office screen communications for the city council from residents?
Generally, no. Counselor, I think you're referring to a matter where there was a correspondence that was sent in, addressed to council while there was active legal process going on, and we held that during the pendency of the legal process, and then provided those correspondence to council. But that's not something that we would do.
Follow up?
Can I ask how often that has happened?
That is the only one that I can think of. Obviously, I've not been in this position for very long, but that's in terms of having an active legal process and having multiple correspondents, some to the city manager, some directly to our office, and some to city council, is unusual. Obviously, when we have an active legal process, be it litigation or dispute process within the city, we try to get that process resolved in the manner in which it's laid out, and then communicate out at that point.
Follow up?
But counselors are not apprised that there's anything going on in advance. So when is council notified? Only after it's resolved? If a resident reaches out to us, assuming that we know what's happening and we don't.
So, council, with respect to that process, that is a process that is laid out. There is a specific person within administration who is responsible for administering that process. City council doesn't have a role within that particular grievance process, which is set out in law. So we want to let that play out before giving that to city council. Once that was done, we relayed to city council so that they can understand. Obviously, your constituents are free to reach out to you directly, but in terms of items that are relayed to our office in an open legal process, we didn't feel comfortable with sending that out until that process was complete.
Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Conforti. I don't know if you're able to drill down on this, but looking at the right to know requests and the number doesn't help me to understand the hours involved. And as Mr. Espel responded to Councilor Kretovic in terms of hiring staff, is there any way for you to quantify for council and taxpayers what that demand is in terms of staff hours needed?
So, Councilor, we have not done that starting in this fiscal year. It is something that I've discussed with staff that we should be doing going forward, because it is a significant lift for our staff, and then for city staff in general. So when we get a request in, we have to review it on the front end. We send it to the agencies who may have documents. In some cases, it's one agency. In a lot of cases, it's 5, 6, 7 agencies. We then get that data back and then have to go through it, redact it, and then send it out. So it's a significant number of hours. To your point, that is not something that we had been tracking on our end, but it's something that I think for the fiscal year going forward, I've asked our staff to do, because it's great data to put in front of you. We have 160, 170 right to know requests. Some can be dealt with in 5 minutes. Some take 5 months. Again, this is anecdotal instead of data, but we're getting more and more of the ones that are taking 2, 3, 4, 5 months.
Follow up.
Thank you. Hold on for 1 second. I just lost my train of thought. I asked you about how many.
Do you want me to go to Councilor Kretovic and come back to you?
Mine is connected to
Sure.
hers.
All right,
Go
Councilor
ahead.
Kretovic.
I just totally lost.
Thank you. This actually is for both of you, because oftentimes there are requests that come from the city council that are going to you, Mr. City Manager, in some fashion, whether you're CC'd or not. And there's been a number of times, Mr. Conforti, when you are included in the response, or your office has had to look at the information as well. Are you keeping track of your time and the time to answer some of these questions, Mr. City Manager?
I don't keep track of my time, because my time is endless. You just do what you need to do to get the job done. So there is, I couldn't tell you if I could tell you anecdotally, it's much more now than it was. Essentially, local government now works as a Google search engine for a lot of different agencies, other organizations, and it's free. So you can just make a request, you get all kinds of information, and we'll go back and look at things for you for decades. And you just take them and produce something with it and make a profit. So that's the way the system works.
Can I follow up? So if you're going to track the right to know, can you track the council requests also for time? Is that something you could do? Thank you.
I got it.
Counselor
If you'll
Kurtz.
humor me. Thank you all for your patience. My question was, I know we don't currently charge related to right to know requests. Have we historically, or is that prohibited by statute?
It is,
How did we get here?
it is capped by statute to actual cost, so we're not allowed to make a profit on it. Generally, when we have electronic records, we do not charge. So we generally haven't charged for most of them because 95% of what we send out is electronic at this point in time. It is something that we can go back and take a look at because we are allowed to charge a nominal fee, but it is a nominal fee.
Follow up to that? I ask because if we get this data on staff hours and we find we're in the position of needing to hire additional staff, I'm curious about that nominal fee.
I would certainly bring you a revenue source. I believe we should
offsetting.
be charging for these things.
Thank you. But that wouldn't be
That was my
soon. We
question.
need to collect the data.
You still have a question, Counselor Schultz?
That was actually my very question and series of questions. So good job.
Counselor Davey.
Is it trending up for all municipalities?
That's a good question, and I would anticipate yes, based on the people that I talked to. Again, it's anecdotal. I haven't done a full survey of every other municipality, but I think this is typical. The other thing to keep in mind, obviously, we have so much more data than we used to with emails and those types of things, and we are paperless with regard to all of our records. Therefore, when you apply for a permit or anything like that, it's all in there. So we have a lot more data as well, which takes a lot more time to extract and then review.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Caleb.
Yes, I'm asking this question just mainly for people at home and in the audience. Could you explain what a 91A request is and why someone might want to file one?
Sure. RSA 91A is a statute that ensures that the public has a right to public records. So basically, in general, at a very high level, any documents that the government works on or has related to its business are open to the public. And in the old days, the idea was somebody could come in to City Hall, and if they wanted to see a document, it could get pulled from the drawer and put in front of them, and they have a right to look at it. The complicating factor, as I said, is we live in a more digital age where there's a lot more documents, and they are spread out in different systems and different locations. So the idea of somebody coming in and just sitting at the counter and wanting to look at something is a little bit different. Then there are also, although documents should be open and the default is that they are open, there are documents that are not privy to disclosure. So for example, our employee social security numbers or certain things in their personnel file we would not want the public to see. So we do a review to make sure. But obviously with regard to the public policy on this, is citizens have a right to see what government is doing, right? You pay your taxes. We are accountable to both the council and to voters and citizens so that they can see what we are doing. And so the idea is to have as much transparency as possible. So if anyone has an interest in what is going on, they can make that request. Again, as we get so many requests and they ask for broader and broader scopes of documents, it just becomes more onerous to respond to them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Conforti, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
Next section is the assessing department, and that's on page 77. Scroll to there. So revenues budget to budget are up $364,000 or 43%, and this is due to payment in lieu of taxes. As I mentioned last week during my presentation, there are 3 new pilot agreements that are driving this increase. Dartmouth Hitchcock Clinic, it's $155,000. The Kearsarge Old Turnpike Road LLC, that's the solar array on your Old Turnpike Road landfill. That's $99,000. And the LSC Ursay Minor LLC LSC. $83,000, that's a new solar array on West Portsmouth Street, and the remaining are just small adjustments to the existing pilots. Expenses budget to budget are up $32,000, or 4%, and that's due to wages and benefits, insurances, training, and professional services. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for the city manager? Councilor Horn.
Were any of the new payment in lieu of taxes previously on the tax rolls as regular taxpayers?
The Dartmouth Hitchcock was, yes.
But the other two
They're new.
ones were not?
They're new, right.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. City Manager, oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. I have a question here, but I can't find what I'm referencing. I'm going to ask you. I had written, shouldn't we anticipate a higher number of abatement cases in 2027, given the revaluation project?
Definitely.
And my notes suggest that I don't see that on here, but now I can't find the spot. Do you think that in here, you've referenced a
There's a
higher
note.
number of abatements?
When we talked about, if you remember, I think on the first evening, we talked about increasing the overlay amount from 200,000 to 280,000.
Okay.
And that was
Yes.
not going to be enough, but it was a recognition of the fact that you don't know how many abatements you're going to have and to what extent. So your intuition, your thought is exactly correct. There will be more. I just can't tell you, is it the sheer number or is it the dollar amount? I think it's going to be both.
Understood. Follow-up?
Follow up.
Thank you. It's on page 74. 2026, we had 12 abatement cases. 2027, you listed 15. I was just wondering if 3 is enough. Thank you for answering
15 is
my
very
question.
optimistic.
Okay, 15 is optimistic. Okay.
Optimistically low. but,
Okay. Thank
I'll
you.
just mention for folks at home that the overlay is basically money we set aside to spend on abatements.
Correct.
That's just the term we use.
That's correct.
Any other questions for the city manager about the assessing department? Council Foot.
Thank you, Your Honor. You mentioned Dartmouth Hitchcock previously paid the full amount of taxes, and now we've entered into a pilot agreement with them. Are there any other medical offices in that area of Concord that is in a similar situation?
Yes. Yeah, so Concord Hospital is the same in portions of the building, depending on what type of services are being provided and ownership. So we go through that all the time because they're always changing with that. But yes, there's other portions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. By the way, I'm just going to take a break here for a second and just mention something that someone in the audience mentioned to me at the end of our Thursday night meeting, and that was, they said, please ask city councilors to speak into their microphones. People in the audience have trouble hearing. So you have a very strong voice, so I took the opportunity after you spoke to mention it. So it doesn't sound like I'm speaking about anybody, but we all need to remember that we all need to remember that the mics help everybody, the people at home and also the people in the audience. Mr. City Manager.
So next section, you'll want to go to Human Resources. That's on page 80. On page 80, revenues budget to budget are up $40,000 due to increased revenue from Harvard Pilgrim, that's our health insurance, to support the wellness program. Expenses budget to budget are up $27,000 or 3%. Included in this budget are annual wage and benefit increases, increases in the use of $40,000 from the Harvard Pilgrim for the wellness program, so you have a revenue and an expense that offset each other, and a reduction of $86,000 for paid family leave premiums. Remember, we started that last year, and that are now distributed to all the departments and funds. So those are pushed out to all the other agencies. So if you see, when I say those other, in each department, those other expenses are up, these are the types of things, one of the reasons why they're up. Be glad to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. There's a line item for a part-time in 2027 that doesn't appear in 25, 26. Is there a new hire in HR or anticipated?
Anticipated, we had a position, we had a unique individual who was able to do both HR and community development work, and it was a full-time position. And what we found is she's so unique, and she's here, so I'm not going to embarrass her.
She's self-identifying in the crowd.
Embarrass herself, I'm sure.
By the way, she self-identified on Concord TV, too.
So, but we thought we'd go with 2 part-time positions instead of
you.
a full-time position to accomplish the same thing, so.
Okay. Thank you.
in each group. So you're going to see the other, essentially the other half of this when we talk about community development.
Thank you so much.
Council Fennessy.
Thank you. I noticed in the 2027 goal, there's a couple of goals related to leave management process. Do you know what the challenges are related to that and why that's a goal for 2027?
I'd ask them to come up for this. She loves to be on camera, so.
She can blame me.
Welcome.
Jennifer Johnston, Director of Human Resources. The goal around leave management is that with the addition of PFMLA, we've had a number of utilization claims rising, and we have somebody who does leave management in our office scheduled to retire in November. So it's an opportunity to reconfigure job tasks within the roles and to help expedite the claim process, tighten it up when you're looking at claims around FMLA, paid FMLA, short-term disability, long-term disability, workers' comp, and the occasional ADA reasonable accommodation leave. So it's just trying to, right now we have about 7 different policies, so it's difficult to train someone on this. We're trying to really consolidate that and make it easier to do.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Please leave, please leave.
By the way, before you leave, though, I was just going to say, I'm glad to see goal 2027, goal number 2, and your focus on succession planning. So thank you for that, because you know how near and dear that is to my heart.
Yes, and it is a key component of our success because we have 3 individuals in my department slated to retire in the next 2 years. So it's really important.
And there's four people in the department.
Right.
So 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
But the part-time person that we brought on is really eager to learn and is really focused on determining which path of HR, because they're all going to be available, she would like to pursue.
Terrific. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jen.
Mr. City Manager?
So next section you want to go on to is finance, and that is on page 83. Too far. Okay, so revenues budget to budget are up $3.3 million or 5%. So the main drivers are, of course, property tax revenue, which is $2.7 million. Motor vehicle registration up $125,000. Again, we covered these in the presentation. Investment income is flat. Use of fund balance is up $300,000. We covered that, but we'll talk about that again later. And the rooms and meals tax is up $100,000. On page 84, expenses budget to budget are up $291,000 or 11%. And this is due to wage and benefit changes and an increase in the software hardware maintenance agreement moving to a cloud-based subscription. That's $90,000 for that. And this transition will improve the redundancy to minimize downtime, save improvement funding by freeing up service space that can now be used for other resources, and decreases staff time with updates and refreshes. So every time we have to update or refresh the servers or any programs and software that comes in, this will all be done now in the cloud. This budget also provides for a change in citywide copier replacement and maintenance program by managing and funding copiers in the purchase division. That's $92,000. So while you see that go $92,000 in software and hardware maintenance line, so that's in that line. When you look at your capital budget when we get there in a week or so, you'll notice that whole line has disappeared. So that those dollars, which range anywhere from year to year from $32,000 to $41,000, goes away. So you're taking it out of one place and having it in the other. And then next, why don't we stop right there?
That sounds good. Any questions for the city manager? Councilor Davey?
Can you refresh my memory? Did you say last week Meals and Rooms is up, but that share back to us at the city has never been what it's supposed to be?
That's correct. Yes, it was percentage of the total revenue that comes into the state. At one time it was 40. They used to give us 25, tell us to be thankful, and then eventually they changed it to 30 during the last recession. So,
Thank you.
Councilor Brown?
Yes, I have one related to this, and then one big picture question. I know that we're going into each department individually, and the class and compensation study has not been approved, and I know that would then open up negotiations with the different unions. But have we, or has the city determined if that was implemented, how much more that would cost? Do we know that number?
Yes, the city council knows that number.
Where could I find that?
In the non-public discussion that you
Okay.
had with, that the entire council had.
Okay, I need to refresh.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, may I
Yep,
follow?
follow up.
Okay. The question I have is on page 83, and I'm just curious about motor vehicle registrations. It just seems like we can arbitrarily say, oh, we're going to increase. How does that happen? We don't actually have any control over motor vehicle registrations, do we?
Unless, Brian, you want to do it?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, when you look at motor vehicle registrations, it's always a tricky one for us to try to estimate. And basically, we've had a lot of new residences in the city. We have a number of new apartments still opening that will be filled. And so there are new people that come into the city with vehicles and that register their vehicles. That's one thing we look at. So we look at how many more new vehicles do we think are going to be registered in the city in the coming year. We also look at how many do we think are not going to be registered. So how many people are going, when changing economic times, do we think people are going to go from 3 cars to 2 cars or 2 cars to 1 cars? And we try to look and just kind of watch and see. Some of it is a little bit difficult to calculate. Because it's a guess on our part. And as you all know, the price of new vehicles continues to climb. I think the average price of a new vehicle being sold today is somewhere around $50,500. So that's helpful for us because the amount of registration is set by the state, and we collect those registration taxes based on that. So we try to factor all those pieces in together to try to come up with our estimate. In years past, we used to see increases in motor vehicle registration of $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year. We're not seeing those same type of increases now. They're much smaller. This year I think we're going to be a little bit closer to our budget. As we go into next year, we think that with any new residences that are coming into the city and new vehicles that are being registered, we think there'll be a little bit of an uptick. But it's a guess. It's our best estimate.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Todd?
Your Honor. I've forgotten already. I should be getting closer to the mic. It's a balance, though, because if you get too close, then you get the feedback, right? So you have to be far away enough that it.
So
I'm sure you remember.
so far.
Well, I remember the time I asked your advice on this. Remember, I asked you how far away from the mic do you think I should be, and you said, "Have you got a car?" I don't know why you said that, but anyway. The question I have is regarding, if I'm referring to the Appendix B, the program change requests, and there's 2 items in there that actually are the most expensive items recommended for funding in the general government section, and that's 1016.10 and 1016.11 cloud-based server for ERP, additional maintenance and implementation. Those are both about a little over $100,000. So I was hoping that you could just tell us a little bit more about the need for them and their importance.
Yeah, so when we went to Munis about 10 years ago, we had 2 options. We could either host the servers ourselves or we could go to the cloud-based program, which most services now, or most software now, when you buy them, you go into cloud-based. Munis has already moved any new implementations they do. They're all cloud-based. About a month and a half, 2 months ago, we had an outage with Munis where we were actually down for about 3 weeks in total before we were completely back up and running. I hate to admit this, but for the first time, we actually missed processing payroll for, actually people's hours coming in. We had to come up with another solution to get payroll to employees based on the previous paycheck that they had. That was very difficult. That was difficult for me personally because in 30 years in this business, that has never happened. And the issue that we looked at with Munis and trying to get back up and running is, if we were on a cloud-based server, would that have helped us to get back up and running much quicker? And we believe the answer to that is yes. And that's what prompted us to take a look at actually making that move so that we could be back up and running. They have a much better, much more redundancy, and they have a lot more staff that they're able to bring forward with trying to bring us back up and running when everything is actually hosted by them. That's the biggest reason. We believe that they would have pushed us to it in sometime in the near future anyway, because that's the way everything is going. But there is a cost to it. And, that's one of the things that we think is critically important for the organization. It's, payroll is certainly critical, but all of our other munis-based services were down. Purchase orders, purchasing, paying, accounts payables. A lot of the things that we do on a daily basis really were down, and it took us almost 3 weeks to get back up and running fully, so.
Follow-up, quick follow-up, yeah, thank you. So with the implementation of these, of the ERP, the server, you're anticipating then that should hopefully resolve those kinds of unexpected occurrences, right? Or at least make it more preventable if they would happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully make it more preventable, but I think that we know that these things are going to happen, right? I mean, with software, there are a number of things that can happen, but when you start looking at the way the cloud-based services are hosted and the redundancy that they have, they can get us back up and running quicker. And they, I don't want to say their commitment is bigger when they're actually hosting it versus us hosting it, because they were fantastic about working with our staff, and our staff were fantastic about trying to work through the issues. But we believe that it would have been a much quicker turnaround to get us back up and running, because everything would have been on their hosting site, so they would have had different capabilities than what we have on a local hosted site.
And you avoid the question, is it your site? Is it our site? Is it our staff? Is it your staff? Is it, and then having to uninstall all our programs, reinstall all our programs, test everything out on it, it's inevitable. So.
Well, Councilor Kranovic.
Just in follow-up, Mr. LeBrun, what you're saying is basically that Munis had to walk your staff through what the process was to correct versus just being able to go online with their own teams and make the corrections in the background.
Well, they were logged into our systems, working on our systems, but it was all hosted on our servers. So was it our equipment? Was it anything else, installed in our software that had any implications to it? There are a lot of potential issues that could have happened, but this is the way that we believe would be the best secure way in order to help alleviate those kind of things and get back up and running as quickly as possible in the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Councilor Caleb?
Mr. LeBrun, could you just quickly walk us through in the revenue, the use of fund balance? I guess I'm just wondering kind of what happens when in 2026 adopted, it's $550,000, then the revised $3 million, and then the projected is $0. I'm just curious what that sort of means, what story that is telling.
When we use fund balance as a budgetary item to help balance the budget, it is that, in fact, a budgetary item. We don't actually make a revenue entry for that like we would for most other items. That's why you see 0 in that anticipated column for 2026. So, each year you'll see that. Now, we used $550,000 during the budget process. Last year, the City Council approved that, and then there were supplemental appropriations throughout the course of the year that brought it to $3,030,000, I believe was the number. So there were additional things that came through. Some of it, if you think about the assigned fund balance for the transfers to reserves, the purchase of land, things like that. So there were a number of things that go into that. At the end of the year, the manager did a fantastic job at the last meeting of showing you how that rolls, that unassigned fund balance, that assigned fund balance rolls back to the unassigned fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. And then the City Council we do an assignment, and then the City Council can vote to actually move money again the following year. It's a circle that keeps going, and it shows in that budget and brief category to kind of show the circle of life for fund balances. And it's complicated for me to think through on an annual basis, so I can imagine how for other folks it must be a little bit complicated as well, too. So.
Yeah, no, thank you. And that diagram is super helpful as well, so thank you for that.
Any other questions? Brown.
Yes, just following up on Councilor Caleb's, and you might have already said this, what is that $850,000 use of fund balance going towards?
So there's $650,000 of it that is the general use of fund balance. that basically covers, helping to offset the tax rate increase of the budget. Then there was $200,000 that is, we've identified it as helping to offset the debt service on the new police station for the first debt service payment. So that, along with the $500,000, is coming from the Community Improvement Reserve. So those two pieces really in the unassigned or the fund balance use are really what makes up the use of that funds.
Any other questions? Councilor Davey.
Where did you say that the 90,000 transition to the cloud is?
The 90,000 should be in software update.
Thank you.
Software maintenance.
Thanks.
Okay.
In the finance office.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. LeBrun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
So next you'll want to go to information technology, which is on page 87. There are no revenues budgeted for this item, that's why you don't see that page. And expenses budget are up $126,000 or 7%. Wage and benefit increases. Software, hardware maintenance is $47,000 increase. The main driver is email subscription is up $27,000, an increase in other software, hardware maintenance costs. You can see those. You can see all those in the detail. It's important to note that the cost of purchasing and maintaining software and hardware is increasing at an exponential rate. This is in part due to artificial intelligence cornering the market on resources, and the fact that virtually all aspects of our organization are heavily reliant on technology for daily operations. So as the private sector and every other organization pays more for technology and for subscriptions, so do we. So just market.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. I typically often ask these kinds of questions because, as I believe you feel the same way, Your Honor, that IT and...
You're going to ask my question.
I'm going to ask your question for you.
Go
Maybe I
ahead.
will, maybe I won't. But I just wanted to do a kind of touch base again to see if we are in good shape. Again, bearing in mind that there were two items on the program change request which are recommended by you to not be funded, which is advanced malware protection and automated response, and then on-call pay. So maybe just a brief description of those, and then thoughts on the status of our IT.
I'll ask Jonathan to come forward. And just, if you recall, last year we did a real heavy expenditure on IT security and beefed it up dramatically, so everybody doesn't get everything every year.
No,
So
right.
that's how it goes. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Yeah, so to answer your question, we're in a reasonably good shape. I mean, I'm never going to say we're in awesome shape because there's always things to be done. Security is always a moving target.
We'll talk about those two ones individual that you asked for.
Yes, so first one I think was the advanced malware protection. We have basic antivirus on the machines as default. This is just more advanced malware detection in the cloud, that sort of thing. And then the on-call at the moment, there isn't any additional pay whenever we receive an on-call, so the staff had just just take the calls without any additional pay. So this was just to help, with that aspect of the job.
Follow up? Yeah, thank you. Just so on the on-call piece, is that typically that could be, I suppose, 24 hours a day, right? A call could come in at any time if there was a situation that needed to be attended to, right?
Yeah, just 2 weeks ago I got a call at 4 a.m. from the police department, so yes.
I saw that as a contract issue. It's something if you wanted to negotiate during contract time about that, because essentially once you're in it and you do it, you'll be doing it forever, which makes sense because we do have on call for water and wastewater and everything else, and Jonathan was looking at it from IT perspective, which is very important. It's just, but I saw it as a different approach to get there.
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate that. That's a good thought. I ask about this only because we are all potentially targets for malware, but we've seen that municipalities are bigger targets for a number of reasons. So where you say we have sort of just the basic security at this point, I guess I am interested in moving forward with whatever advanced protection we can get as soon as possible. Maybe it's not going to be in this budget, but I think it's something that we really should be looking into and seriously considering. Thank you.
I second that, by the way. Councilor Kretovic, do you have your hand up?
Nope.
Okay. Any other questions, Jonathan or City Manager on? All right. Jonathan, do you see particular challenges coming to the fore or on the horizon thanks to the rapid development of artificial intelligence?
Yes, yeah. Not surprisingly, cyber criminals have been taking advantage of artificial intelligence in a number of different ways, testing our responses, being able to use it to find security weaknesses in our systems. Most of our vendors are then responding using artificial intelligence of their own to then detect those same vulnerabilities and to patch them. So it's a continuous moving target, and most of our staff go to debriefings and cybersecurity events throughout the year for these kind of issues.
Great, thank you.
It's not unusual for many members of the organization to receive emergency emails from me asking them to go to Walmart and pick up
Some gift cards.
some gift cards. Exactly.
People apparently receive those from me as well.
From that to everything, and from a lot of you too. So, but there's a different scam every week, it seems.
Yeah.
Not really from you.
Yeah, not really for me.
Took me a moment. For those that are not clued into tone of voice, make sure they know that's not real.
No, no. Any public figure is available, just, they go on the website, they find your name, and they send emails to people. So, all right, well, thank you so much. Mr. City Manager?
So next you want to go to page 90, and that is City Council. And that budget is up 9%, that's $4,000. And if you recall, last year, the City Council approved a blanket cut to its budget in the amount of $5,000, which limited its ability to support council needs, and this increase partially returns some of that funding. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Any questions for the City Manager? Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. What needs?
Anytime Janice calls me and says she needs something for the City Council and she doesn't have the money, she wants to take it out of my budget instead of her budget. So she asked, we had the 4,000, whatever. If you wanted to do your priority setting session, it wouldn't be unusual to have that in a different place, have refreshments associated with that.
Okay.
If you want to do a forum where you invited the public and you wanted to provide something, something like that would come out of there.
Thank you.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay. Councilor Brown.
Yes, I'm just curious what the 26,500 in professional development from 2025 was for City Council.
2020. I'd have to ask Janice for that. Oh, the DEI program.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. It's consultant for DEI.
Yep.
For the City Council.
That's for the city council's contract.
Yep, that was a City Council expense.
Thank you. Thank you.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
I noticed that ICLEI, I-C-L-E-I, is included in, under City Council. Is that something that all councilors have access to?
I don't use it. It's generally worked through the Energy and Environment Committee, but I don't have access to it.
Okay, I was just,
Yeah.
because that's under City Council, that if City Councilors then can access that and use that to look at the city. So
Yes,
we would be able to then.
Could you spell out that acronym?
You know what, I don't remember I don't know what it stands for. I know from Energy
I
and
should know
Environment.
because I'm on it.
I know.
should know.
Yeah.
Is it a certain page on the budget?
If you go to the detail, it should
Yep,
be.
it's in budget detail. It's ICLEI. It's $1,200, but it's under City Council. I know we talked about it in Energy and Environment. It's a great way to track sustainability.
Let me see if I can.
I think it's a membership.
Right,
Yes.
right. So I just wanted to make sure that we could access it.
Mr. Mayor, is this a relaxed meeting format, or are we supposed to go through the chair for questions and comments?
You're supposed to go through the chair. That's true.
It's going to make up a thing.
City Manager, that may be a question we can get an answer to later.
Well, yeah, could you actually just check to make sure it's there? Is it?
Yeah, it's in the budget for $1,200.
Okay.
We can find out just where the
Okay.
access is.
It's,
Perhaps we can report at the next meeting.
yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on City Council budget? Councilor Caleb.
Oh, just one, the advertising line item here. I'm just curious what types of advertising do we tend to use the whole budgeted amount?
Yes, you could see the revised was $4,900 and you're going to use $4,700. So
yeah.
yes, and I believe it's for ads in the. Back there? No, I don't want to get a. Come on out.
It's the legal ads that we are responsible for posting related to public hearings.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Would you repeat?
Thank you.
Would you repeat that,
Oh.
please?
It's for legal advertising for your public hearings.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Required by statute, I believe.
that are required, right?
Right. Any other questions? All right, Mr. City Manager?
The next is, you want to be on page 113. So skip quite a few pages, because that's all your at the time, your priorities report. This is the city clerk's budget, and revenues budget to budget are up $11,000 or 11%. This is due increase in dog licenses and fees, recording fees, vital records, and notary fees. Expenses budget to budget are up $49,000 or 8%. The majority of the change is due to wage and benefit increases. And as you can see, part-time is up due to the number of elections this year. And other increases are for maintenance of ballot counting devices, software, and the rent for those polling locations we have to pay rent for.
Any questions? Councilor Brown? Councilor Todd, sorry.
That was the first one on that.
Yeah, it is, it is. I'm an equal opportunity.
Yeah, that's good. You're diversifying.
Yes.
My question is on program.
Councilor Schultz is very happy.
Yeah, right, that's right. You're not alone. Question on program change, item 1019-03, which is directional signage for polling location, an amount of $3,000, which you did not recommend funding. I just want to make sure that we have enough. It's one of the more important things we do, obviously, is run the elections. We have enough signage available. Was this for something extra signage or replacement signage, or do we know what?
Unfortunately, why don't I have the city clerk come up?
That would be delightful.
And delightful, yes, it would be delightful. So she could. No. You're not doing the minutes this time. Right?
I had to correct with the delightful part. That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Janice, the city clerk, in case anyone at home does not know me. That question, the $3,000 that we requested was for additional signage. If you think about the polling locations in the city, we have a lot of stanchions, and what my desire would be to buy signs that went on top of those stanchions that clearly indicated where voters went, what letter of the alphabet, or here to register, etc.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Do you ever get feedback from anybody in the community that has difficulty finding the polls currently with the signage that we have, or is there any issues that you know of related to that? It may not be. But.
External signage or internal?
Well, external. I guess what I mean is this was a program request for
internal signage.
Internal only,
yes,
right?
Internal
okay.
only.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't typically get requests for people that can't find our polling locations. This is more for ward officials that would make it easier for those voting at the polls.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So,
I
once you're
would have
inside.
funded that.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking. All right. Good. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Just for the folks at home, a program change request is a section of the budget that has a list of things that the departments have requested, and also indicates whether or not the city manager chose to include those in his budget. Counselor Kurtz.
I have a question about the city clerk office service indicators on page 114. Item number 7, notice of intent to issue summons. I will admit I'm not even entirely sure what that means, but it's jumped from 735 in 2026 to 3,000 in 2027, and I'm just curious what that.
I think that's a typo. It should probably be 300.
Oh,
We would never send out 3,000. Intent to summons, in accordance with state law, if residents of the community do not register their dogs, by June 20th, we have to fine them, which we do not like to do. But if we did, it would be more like 300.
Great.
Yes.
Good question.
That must be a typo.
Any other questions?
I have something to talk to you. Remind me, I have something to talk to you about.
All right.
after.
Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you. It's kind of punitive of you.
I know. We don't like to fine people.
Mr. City Manager.
So next you want to go to page 116. And that is general overhead. And budget to budget, revenues are up $1.6 million or 31%. Included here are a reduction in the cable TV revenue that continues the trend that we have seen in recent years. And please note that although the revenue is down, I have proposed a level funding of Concord Community Television again for this year. So you'll see that in the expense side. Retiree health insurance reimbursements are up $140,000, and the expenses the expense side is up by $347,000. Due to several employees retiring that are under the city's legacy retiree health insurance program. The city only has 3 active employees that are still eligible for this legacy health insurance program. And as you know, that program has a significant impact on the city's explicit impact of the portion of the other post-employment benefit actuarial calculations. And that is recorded in the annual CFR. And this expense will continue for many years, if at least well over a generation. Transfer in from trust is up $621,000. So you have a $150,000 reduction from the Economic Development Reserve for the grants and arts, $449,000 reduction from the Community Improvement Reserve. Fiscal year 26 was used for a Healy Park cleanup and to offset the tax rate increase. $90,000 increase from opioid reserve for the police social worker positions. $5,000 increase from recreation reserve for repairs and maintenance to the snow grooming machine at Beaver Meadow. $245,000 from recreation reserve for the debt service for the clubhouse project at Beaver Meadow Golf Course Clubhouse when you approve that project. $500,000 from the Community Improvement Reserve for the new police station debt service when you approve that project. $380,000 from the other post-employment benefit trust to help offset that retiree health insurance cost that I mentioned earlier. The other changes in the general overhead transfer from enterprise and special revenue funds, and that includes $250,000 from the golf fund for the Beaver Meadow Clubhouse debt service costs. Expenses budget to budget are up $2.6 million or 17%. So there's a $347,000 increase in the retiree health insurance cost. This is the other side of that revenue I talked about. Special programs are down $21,000. There is no funding for the McKenna House. That's the Salvation Army. That's less $31,000. And because they said they didn't need the dollars we talked about. The proposed increase in Concord area transit funding back to $181,000. Debt service is up $2.4 million. This amount, $1.7 million, is for the police department building, and $494,000 is for the Beaver Meadow Clubhouse project. And I'm proposing using $200,000 from fund balance and $500,000 from the Community Improvement Reserve to offset the cost of the police building debt service. And I'm also proposing $250,000 transfer in from the golf fund and $245,000 from the Recreation Reserve to pay for the clubhouse debt service. And lastly, the transfer out to capital is down $53,000. I used $140,000 from the Equipment Reserve to support the capital purchase of police cruisers. $32,000 reduced for the copier replacement. Remember that program that goes away because it's in the finance department now. And I increased the transfer for annual technology purchases by $172,000. The next page, page 117, provides for supplemental information for special programs and social service agencies in more details I just described. All other special programs and agencies are level funded for fiscal year 2027. The next few pages provide descriptions for the general overhead budget items. And that completes the general government section of the budget. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for the city manager? Council Brown.
Yes, I have questions about the social service agencies. I noticed that some of them they're consistently funded, and the McKenna House said they did not need any additional. Do we receive a report from these groups about how the funds are used? And what's kind of happened?
No, they come to the meetings, and they'll be, most of them are probably here tonight to answer any questions you have, but they explain what the dollars are used for on a regular basis, and when I've looked at it, they've stuck to what they said they're going to do. So, but they're always available to answer questions.
Follow up?
Did you say that they're here tonight? Is there another? So there are no physical reports for us to see from these organizations?
Council has never asked for reports. No.
Okay, all right.
Other questions? Council Credit.
Follow up to that one. Did they still submit a grant application to the city manager's office?
In the grant application, we asked them with a history of what they've done, and it's all in the grant. We try to be so they wouldn't have to duplicate the grant application. Essentially, what they use for United Way is the same application they use for us. So, Council was really trying to reduce the amount of impact of grant writing for the organizations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Other questions for the city manager? Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you also for your definition of the program change request. I should have done that before I started asking the questions. Just as an exercise, and the city manager will correct me if I'm wrong here, but we hear a lot about excess spending, we're spending too much, we're going too far. So just as an exercise, I went through all the program changes, and if we exclude the assessing department, which has a net gain of $336,760 due to the income from the new pilot agreements, the total amounts requested from the different departments of the city manager was $741,563. The city manager's recommendations were for $314,080. So in other words, 58% of the requests made for funding were not recommended, regardless of whether or not we needed them now or whatever. It was the city manager's decision. So if you include the assessing net gain, that amount covers all the cost of the recommended items and leaves a net gain of $22,680. That's excluding any of Councilor Kurtz's typos and the other things that she's identified, which will add to that a little bit more. But that's the number that I come up with. And again, that's also related to those increase in the pilot agreements, which again shows the value of those and the importance of those when we can make those arrangements. It's crucial. So really, we're not talking about that section that we just covered, general government. We're not talking about adding any, unless I'm wrong about that. We're not talking about adding any extra expense in the budget. And in fact, it's a gain that we're talking about because of the pilots.
I think the real expenses reflect simply your commitments to the contracts that you entered into and the health insurance costs for the most part and technology increase.
Right.
That covers everything.
Follow-up, yes, and thank you, and that's right, and I recognize that. I just was pointing out that just for folks that were looking at this part of the budget we're covering tonight, there's no additional anticipated increases. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions? Councilor Caleb.
Yes, I just wanted to go back to the under general overhead, the supplemental budget information. So I see the Concord area transit is up to $180,825, which is up from $171 in prior years. I'm just curious, historically, is that sort of where our funding level has been for CAT, like in the last decade or so? Does it sort of stay at that?
I think that's pretty accurate. The increase really is for, they have a program where they do bus purchases, and there needs to be a local commitment to that to match federal dollars. Mm-hmm. So when that comes up, and those buses, and they're here tonight if you have any questions for them, they may want to testify. Those buses, I remember they were probably 10 years. And so every 10 years, every time it comes to replace a bus, they'll come in and ask for that additional dollars to help offset, to be that match, because they have to show it's coming from a local match. And council has always in the past, when we've looked at this, has said, yes, we want to be that match. So that's why that's in there.
Follow up?
Yeah, so that the extra amount is going towards that match. Could you speak to at all what the, like, 171,000
I think
goes to?
it'd be best for them to speak to that, but it is really just underwrites the cost of providing the services for the buses around town. I couldn't tell you if it's going to handle the fuel or the wages or whatever, because again, it's been pretty flat for a long time.
Yeah.
So.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, so I guess the reason I'm asking is, so I know that the CAT bus has significant match to make up for their very large federal funding. I think it's around $500,000, possibly more. I'm seeing Terry nod. Okay, so higher than 500,000. I'm just curious if we ever, in the recent past, considered increasing the amount of money to the CAT Concord Area Transit.
In the past, all of these funds used to be dramatically higher. And the city council, during various recessions, received comments from the public, the taxpaying public, saying, would you please reduce those, because why are you providing grants with taxpayer dollars? So these numbers have gone down. As a matter of fact, there used to be many more agencies involved, and the city council reduced all those agencies out of there. Focused on, as you can see, children and homelessness. That's really what, and the public transportation. When you look at things like, so when you look at Salvation Armies, the Friends Program, Concord Coalition, the Crisis Center, those all provide housing in some sort. And then you have Concord Area Transit, which is transportation. If you look at Pope Memorial, that really isn't a social service, but they provide all essentially the dog officer, every community's work, exactly. So essentially they're providing a service for us. That number of 25,000, I think it is, has not changed in decades. And they're very happy with that. In town used to be much higher, but you've reduced that over time to a steady number. In town used to be considerably higher. And then the holiday celebrations by the Veterans Council, that's always been about that number. It's fluctuated up and down $1,000 here or there. And then you have Concord Community Television. But that's something where council in the past has looked at this and said, why are we in some of these businesses? And this is where I've got plenty of other stories to explain why we are where we are today. I'll tell you someday. But this is where you've said you've wanted to be for the last several years.
Okay, quick follow-up.
Follow up.
Yeah, no, thank you actually so much for that context. That is very helpful. I know we're in a really tough spot this year, but to the extent that we find some room.
I think each one of these organizations could do a lot more good work if you gave them more money. But the question is, to get that money, you have to take that out of the taxpayers' pockets. Mm-hmm. That's where you've been wrestling.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Council Foot?
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to the CAT buses, one of the things that we spoke on, and I think it was TPACs 2 or 3 months ago, is that there are certain businesses that the buses terminate at, and it's a huge benefit to those businesses to bring folks there. Has there been any discussion relative to getting some financial aid or getting some monies from those businesses who are reaping the benefits of having the bus stop at those locations?
That's one of the reasons why the city council hasn't increased the amount, because it essentially said, why doesn't the private sector step in and help pay for some of this when they're actually receiving the direct benefit? And if they were to do that, would the city council further its participation in the city council and said, yes, we would. But you haven't seen the private sector step up and say, yeah, we're receiving the benefits, so we're helping to offset that cost. We'd rather have the taxpayer pay for it.
Councilor Cahill. I'm sorry, follow-up? Do you have a follow-up?
I'm not, thank you, Your Honor. I just, for those that are at home, I'm not sure that everybody in the city is aware that the bus service is free. There's no charge to ride the bus at any time. So I'm always looking for ways for different folks to participate and lower our obligation.
I just add, the CAT folks have actively been trying to get the private sector to contribute to that. It's just, we don't have a lot of high employment, other than state offices for the most part, that are willing to do that. So it's not from a lack of trying on their part. It's just, if there was success with that, the council has said, we would be glad to work with them.
Well, Mr. City Manager, if I may, I think there are two parts of this. One is businesses that are employers whose employees come to work via the CAT buses, but also businesses that are, for example, retail businesses that have customers come to those businesses on the CAT vehicle. So there are kind of two different possible supporters.
At one time, years ago, the Concord Hospital had a line that went out to Concord Hospital, and they decided and I think they participated at one time financially, and they decided they didn't see the benefit anymore, and they stopped doing that. Maybe they've come back to doing it now. I haven't kept up with, because I haven't seen any changes. So.
Councilor Caleb.
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, I know the CAT team is small, and it's sort of a question of what comes first, you know, like the funding or support from private sector businesses, or support to hire another person to do that outreach work, because that is a significant lift, and I know they have been trying, and so I guess I urge us to kind of keep that in the back of our heads and think about, you know, how we can support their growth or sustainability, I guess.
I would just mention for the folks at home that, or clarify that Concord Area Transit CAT, the buses, are a service of the Community Action Program of Belknap, Merrimack counties. A lot of people think that they're city buses. They're not city buses. They're run by CAT with this financial support that Councilor Caleb has pointed out. Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you. I was just going to add that the last time we had high gas prices, we absolutely saw CAT ridership go up. And it was shortly after that time we did a pilot program by adding Saturday service. These are the ways that we need to grow in our community. If we're ever going to get to a spot where we're not relying on single-use vehicles to drive all around our city and increase our combustible gases in our air and stuff like that, we have to be supporting public transit. All the things that you're saying are great. It's the short on dollars in city monies, and we don't get a lot of participation from the state either to help us grow this effort, and yet they sit right over there.
Any other questions?
Not you. Not you.
Yes. Any other questions? All right, Mr. City Manager, Public Safety, is that next?
Yes. So now you want to go to item number 5. That's the police department.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, did you want to do a public hearing on that section, or are we going to wait till the end? I think we're going to wait till the end.
I think you're going to wait till the end, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to page 124 of the police department, revenues budget to budget are $55,000 or 11% due to increases in special duty services, cruiser rental fees, other revenues, and the school district payments for both the Concord School District and Merrimack Valley. On page 125, expenses budget to budget are up $1.2 million or 7%, and that's due to wage and benefit changes. So that of that $1.2 million, $1.1 million includes $250,000 or $1.1 million for wages and benefits, and includes $250,000 reduction for attrition. Also included in the budget are increases for software and hardware, including the Gray Key subscription as city funding, because that used to be funded through a grant. Decrease for communications of $27,300 due to the new phone system. We told you when we put a new phone system, we would achieve a savings. We have. The electricity increased by $11,900. Liability insurance increased by $49,000. And in professional development, firearms instructor training, $5,000. This budget continues the emphasis on public safety and support resources for the working with the city's most vulnerable populations training and continued support for non-lethal options when dealing with offenders, and police officer wellness and support for traumatic situations. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for the city manager? Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. City Manager, the vacancy report that we received at Councilor Keach's request, it identified approximately 9 open positions, including the chief position, with an estimated annualized cost of roughly $982,000, roughly. Can you clarify whether that figure includes the full burden cost of employment, including retirement contributions, FICA, health insurance, workers' compensation, and any other fringe benefits?
It does.
Okay.
Councilor Horn.
The special duty services generally, I assume, are paid from outside sources.
Yes.
Is there ever a circumstance where taxpayers are paying for special duty services?
Yeah, most of them probably are existing taxpayers. So if you're doing something in the community that requires a special duty service, so you had a street was blocked off, you're having work done, that required a police detail to be there, then you pay for it. But it wouldn't come from the general taxpayer. It would come from a specific user.
Right, not through our property tax dollars,
Correct.
is what I was saying. Just
That's correct. I'm sorry, I
fine.
misunderstood.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I'm going back to the program change request. There was an item in there for police department. It's item 1031-13, LexisNexis funding, $8,300. I'm assuming that is that access would help with investigations or with gathering other information. So I assume that our legal department already has a subscription.
They do.
To that. There's no way to share that?
Not the way licenses work, but you can share it without having to buy another. I could have some.
I don't want you to say anything that's going to get us all in
No.
trouble.
Get arrested.
live
No,
mic here.
no. I don't mean sharing that way. I mean somebody could call and have somebody else do which is the way we've been operating.
Okay.
For now. Does everybody need to have every subscription on their computer? No, they don't.
Okay, excuse me. Follow-up.
It'd be great to have, though.
Right, okay, that was really what I was going. In other words, they do have access.
They do have access. Yes.
Okay.
And remember, the idea is to move the prosecutor's office over into the police department when that time comes, so they'll leave it at, they'll be.
Thank you, Your Honor. This year, the projected overtime is about $1.895 million for our police department, while in 2027, we're looking at about $843,000, a reduction of over $1 million, or roughly $1 million. Can you walk us through the operational assumptions behind this reduction, and is this expectation that filling these vacancies is going to substantially reduce our overtime expenses?
I would look more on that line. If you're looking at the overtime line,
Yes.
look at the actual for 25, and you can see it's 1.6 million. So it's because of all the vacancies, we're making up by not having that staff, we're making it up through overtime. So you're seeing it manifest itself on that line and not in the full-time and part-time, particularly the part-time lines. So you could see where, let's go up to the full-time line, and you can see for 26 revised, $9 million, but the estimate is going to be $8 million. Okay, so, but the police department does a fabulous job in balancing off those numbers as best they can. Because, now, fire department we'll get there. Fire department has a much difficult time because of person-for-person staffing, but.
Thank you.
Police
Thank you
does
for
an
that.
excellent job managing these numbers.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I just want to say, forgive me for asking this, but it is a question from a citizen. So for our police officers and for you, Mr. City Manager, making these decisions, forgive me ahead of time, but I agreed to ask this question.
But don't flip the table over.
No. Could there be a reduction in the commitment of time and need for shifts, a reduction in what is covered, period, as a way for the police to save money? In other words, the question really is, do we really need to have that much coverage?
Sure.
Do we need that many hours from a police personnel, how do we decide, what coverage we give in that
Sure.
regard?
So
Do you
essentially,
understand what
can
I'm
you stagger
asking?
the shifts based on time of day,
Yeah, like, do we need to
weekends?
cover that
Sure,
much?
sure. Why
Like,
don't-
could we cut back on overtime and positions that we'd like to have and just say, we don't need that many, was the question that I was
don't
given
cover
to
the high,
ask.
no. So, yeah, why don't I ask the chief to come up and
I'm
speak
sure
to that
he'll
directly?
love to hear
Yeah. No,
that
it's a good,
answer this
it's a
one.
good question, because you could, essentially, based on demand and history of activity, can you change your staffing paradigm to meet that? Sure.
And by the way, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'll just say, I gave this same level of pushback to the person who wanted me to ask this.
Sure, no, it's a good question.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Barry Moulton. If you look at we're very busy, I can tell you that, and if you actually look at on the call sheets, there's some days that, we could be having 4 or 5 calls that we're waiting for. We do stagger our shifts, so there's not as many officers on every shift, but each one of them are kind of unique. Certainly during the daytime, we do have more staff here, but there's a lot of other calls or types of calls that get handled. And on the midnight shift, we don't run a lot on that shift. The problem with that shift is you really don't want to get too low, because then there's nobody else to call in on that, where during the days, there's officers in the building. However, they are going from call to call to call. I can tell you one of the issues that comes up, and I think I've spoken to most of the groups around here, is traffic. Our guys often don't have enough time to do traffic control, and that's still continues to be one of the biggest complaints from the citizens. But when you're going from one call to the next, sometimes doing traffic is they'll sit and try to write a report as they're doing traffic. So we don't get a lot of times to dedicate as much time to that as we do, and especially being with some staffing issues. But I do see those getting much better.
Chief, could you just speak for a second to filling out reports, which I think most folks in the community think of the police officer's day as, enforcing the law, things like that, but I don't know that they are aware of the time that goes into filing the required reports on their activities. Could you just speak to that for a second?
Absolutely. That's more than half of their day is spent really on reports. One officer could get stuck on a report for most of the day. To give you an example of something that can be really time consuming, but if we respond to an unattended death, that's going to take at least 2 officers off the street, and we get those 1 to 2 a week that we have here, and that just means somebody died that has to wait at home, our officers are there from the time that it happens. We can't leave until the funeral home gets there, and that could take 2 officers away for a good part of that whole shift. On top of that, they have court. Our officers will respond to court while they're working. So if it's a day shift and they're at court, they'll go there. That officer's now off of the road while they're at court. A traffic accident itself can take them an hour to 2 hours to actually complete an accident report, and that's just from what's required upon us from the state, what we have to enter, what we have to put in to the system, and they do most of that. They can do almost a good majority of that in the car. We do have a report writing room, and if officers have a break in their time, they really need to get this report in by the end of their shift. Some of them, some that we require, especially with juveniles involved, their reports have to be done before they go home at the end of the night, if it's depending on the type of call. So, and then of course we don't want to have to keep them overtime for that. So it's try to do during the shift, but it's an enormous amount, and it doesn't seem to be getting any less. The more technology is involved, the more we have to really do.
Thank you. Councilor Kredivic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. City Manager, in that vacancy report, it estimated the chief's salary, you don't have to answer this, Chief, of $246,000, but the previous chief was making $155,000. What's the variance there?
All the expenses in. So all the retirement,
all fringe benefit.
everything's in there.
Great, thank you so much.
So if you were to, the purpose of the report, I thought it was so in case if you wanted to make any changes, you would know what the full impact is.
Councilor Todd.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. It's not a follow-up to that. It's a wholly separate
Okay.
item.
Sure, thank you. All right, so thank you, Your Honor. I just, as we're looking for ways to kind of help provide that relief then, as you're talking about, to officers to the extent that they can, I'm sure you've already looked at this, but maybe you can give me some examples or some thoughts on, are there any tasks that the police officers currently, or traditionally, let's say, are tasked with doing, but those tasks might actually be able to fall to an administrative position rather than a police officer?
Yes, and that's a great question and something that we are looking more into. And we really kind of see it more so on our investigative side, where if there is some ability to get some either part-time, temporary that can augment our detectives, because there's a lot of work that they have to do, research, whether it's if they're investigating a crime, a lot of it's computer-based now, and you might technically need an officer to do some of these components. So there are ways that we can free up some time from that we are looking into that would give them some more freedoms to do these things.
Follow up.
A quick follow-up. Yeah, thank you. That's my LexisNexis question was actually triggered that, because that's, that would be something, if it was research, so that's really one of the things I think you kind of touched on there, that kind of task that could be done by an administrative person rather than having an officer spend time do that.
Correct, and we take interns in from time to time, and they've actually been very helpful to us. Oftentimes there's videos, hours that have got to be looked at. They can help us with that as well. So we are trying to branch out as much as we can on that avenue.
Thank you.
Okay. Council Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last one, I think. When it comes to the new police station, I can't recall when our move-in date is, but are there moving expenses that are included in this budget, or is it going to be coming to the council later?
It's in the station cost itself.
Great. Thank you.
Any other, Council Horn?
This does apply to the police, but also other departments. The vehicle fuel, you do have a modest increase, like 6%. When you are looking in the future to do the budget, are you looking at current costs, or how are you figuring fuel costs, considering their...
Do you want to? So look at, what we do is we take a look at the miles being actually used, so see if there's an increase in volume, and then we take a look at the vehicles themselves that we'll be purchasing. So as you know, we try to purchase I think it's 4 a year, and have that turnover, and then we look at the increases in the fuels themselves. The fuel actually isn't going up, as you know, that much, because we have the contracts that are in place till 2028. So that's why this increase is pretty small.
I did not know this.
So what we do is we have a team that actually looks at buying all our energies, and when we buy those, if we get a good price, we'll lock them in for a period of time. And our concern is that when that runs out in 28, that if prices are what they are now, you're going to see a spike, because you'll have to lock them in at the new prices. But right now, we have very favorable fuel prices compared to most other places.
Follow up.
So that's the fuel across the city for general services, everyone?
Everything, right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the next section you want to be is the fire department. That is section 6.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I neglected that. Kind of, before he starts, can I add just one more thing?
Yeah.
Kind of keeping with my theme tonight, on the program request changes, the police total request was $216,419, and the funding recommendations by the city manager was $17,000.
They got
About $200,000.
They got a station.
And they got a station.
So that's a big.
Good, thank you.
All right. Council Kretovic.
Thank you. Since he brought it up, the middle school resource officer was not funded. Is that because the school cut it this year?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So for the folks who know how that works, even though the question wasn't asked, it's a 75-25 split. 75% of their time is spent in the schools, 25% is not in the schools. So when there's a position like that, the city pays 25%, the school districts each pay 75%, If they were to choose not to have those positions in the schools anymore, then we would not have the positions, we wouldn't fund that 25%. So item number 6, fire department.
Hey, 1 second, I think Councilor Seku had the question.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, we just landed like an hour and a half ago, so while I was looking at professional development is the only things I saw in the police department. Is there anything you guys budget for training purposes?
Anything we did what for training?
Budgeted for training purposes for new officers or whatever, because professional development can be anybody from the chief to whoever who want to be professionally developed. And I don't see any line in the budget that talk about training.
Yeah, so we put additional money in for firearms instructor training. Is been added. I mentioned that during the presentation. Because of our new firearms that we're receiving, wanted to make sure we had training on those new firearms. I think the last time we've switched out many of the arms was about a decade or so ago. So there is training in there for that. Plus we have this is just increases in the regular training. There's always training dollars in there. This is just additional dollars that they asked for. But remember, for example, I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago, you put in dollars for support. This isn't the right term, but emotional support for officers, both in police and fire. So you would put those dollars in there so people go and get trained, they come back, and they support other officers in there. So you constantly have training dollars in there. The question is how much more to add on an annual basis.
Is that included in the budget detail? I mean, the breakdown of the training?
I don't know if it's
that's okay. That's all right.
I don't know how broken down it is, but
Okay.
it's in there.
All right. Councilor Davey.
Oh, sorry. Still on police?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. One more, I guess. What is the increase in software expense for police? It's almost double since 2024 or 2025.
Great key.
And
that specific one that I mentioned earlier?
The
Or
whole line.
overall? You're looking for overall?
The whole line goes from
The whole line.
621 in 2025
So
to
it's $123,000. Is that what you're asking?
yes.
Yes. $123,000, and the professional training budget, as I'm seeing that, is $108,000.
Thank you.
It's doubled because of grade key or because of something else.
No, there's the grade key is $12,000.
I see the
Your
PCR,
phone a
but in
friend
the
is coming.
budget.
Welcome, Mr. LeBron.
Software line is up $7,000. The overall software line is up $7,000.
So something went up 12, something went down 5.
Right.
16.
But from 2025 to now, it's quite a jump.
Doubled.
Oh, you're going back to I thought
Yes,
we were talking.
sorry.
Actual
Okay.
expenses.
I know.
We'd have to
Have to go back and research all
That's
that.
fine.
Okay.
No worries. Thank you.
I just note that that's fiscal 2025.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Fire department?
Fire department.
We can move on.
Okay, so for the fire department, you want to be on item number 6. Revenues budget to budget are up $280,000 or 6%. That's mainly due to an increase in ambulance charges. That's $135,000. The alarm box revenues are up $105,000. Other government agencies' dollars coming in as $32,000. On the next page, you'll see expenses budget to budget are up $1.3 million or 7%. The main increase is due to wages and benefits in the amount of $1.4 million. So let me say that again. Expenses are up $1.3 million, wages and benefits are up $1.4 million. So you can see how much the other expenses are not up. A decrease in professional development of $59,000, a decrease in departmental supplies of $32,000, and an increase in liability insurance of $29,000. Also funded in this budget, as described in the program change requests, are increase in wages and benefits at fire headquarters to the for the upgrade of a full-time position of $17,000, so taking, adding additional hours. Increase in fire prevention for an iPad, laptop, and phone. This is for the additional work we did Fire Prevention Division. That's $2,800. The ambulance coder privacy training, $2,100. Increased funding for peer support training, $2,500. Reduced professional development training of $64,000. And the removal of prior year PCR is no longer needed. So those are special training programs that you put in last year that you don't need those dollars going forward into this year. Increases in tools, equipment, and departmental supplies of $4,700. And the city continues to support the work of our emergency service professionals. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilor Kurtz.
Yes, thank you. Relative to the freestanding emergency room that is going in the city, I don't know its projected opening date, but do we have concerns, and does this budget reflect any response to a reduction in ambulance charges we may collect as folks who walk into that emergency room may be offered, will likely be offered transport via that system's ambulance to Catholic Medical Center rather than to Concord Hospital?
Let me ask the experts on that. John?
Hi, Chief. Thank you.
Honorable
Chief.
Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager, I heard the part of the question.
Sure. So I'm thinking about the freestanding emergency room that's
Sure.
going to open in town towards the north side.
Yes.
And my understanding of the way that those operate is that if someone walks in there and cannot have their needs met, right, needs to go to a hospital from that freestanding emergency room, that system will likely suggest, because they're a for-profit system, an ambulance ride to one of their affiliated hospitals, specifically Catholic Medical Center.
Correct, yeah.
And so my question is, in regards to our projected ambulance fees, right, the charges, the revenues that we collect, do we have any sense, or does this budget reflect any adjustment or anticipation of a loss of revenue related to that entity?
I don't think the revenue would directly affect us because initially we would be able to transport patients to that freestanding clinic like we would Concord Hospital, and that would be the same rates regardless to where we transport. If your question was that, was your question a concern that we would be losing the number of transports because people would be going to there, or would it be that they would be leaning on us to get their patients from there to Manchester?
No, I assume if they lean on you to take patients to Manchester, we bill for that. My concern is more that if they are funneling to their own transport system to get folks to Manchester, I mean, my concern more broadly is that they're going to be diverting patients from Concord Hospital, but also specific to this conversation, diverting patients from our ambulance system.
Yeah, I don't know that that would change. Number one, we don't do non-emergency transport, so we are not in the business of taking people and doing interfacility transfers unless there are extenuating circumstances. As a matter of fact, our EMS division works very, very hard to ensure that we're not doing that with the nursing homes. And the CEO of CMC did contact us and ask what concerns I had regarding that freestanding clinic coming into the city, and then said that when the time came that they would be interested in finding out our interest in participating. And the quick conversation was, we have no additional capacity to do that right now. We're struggling to keep up with the calls in the city. So honestly, a reduction in those right now, current staffing, might help us.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along those same lines, Chief, what concerns do you have, if any, about the new freestanding clinic that's coming?
I can't say that I have any concerns about it. It is going to be, our concerns are always, will the public know which facilities to go to? But this is a full freestanding ED with quite a bit of capabilities, from what I understand, right? Any information I have is preliminary, but it will, there are some advantages. If we have somebody from, let's say, Pennacook, that wants to go to the hospital, we have the option, if he or she is willing to go to there instead of Concord Hospital, we can transport there, and then that ambulance is actually closer to its district. So I don't have any specific concerns. I think part of it would just be the implementation and how we work through some changes, because we haven't had that choice in the city before.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chief. I had a constituent whose mother had a fall and had an ambulance take her to the hospital, and she received a bill directly from Concord Fire Department from the city for this ambulance. Is that normal?
For us to charge for ambulance transports, yes.
And it goes to the, I'm sorry.
Follow up?
And it goes, thank you, it goes right to the resident, it doesn't go to their insurance?
Normally it would go to the insurance. I'm not sure if this is the email that was circulated amongst a few of the counselors and myself. That was an issue that we followed up with. We use a third-party billing company. There were some extenuating circumstances, and they admitted that there were some errors on that, on their processing of that. They essentially, the quick backstory is they changed their software that they use for their billing, and there was some issues with signatures of insurance that they had in their old software, but it didn't get imported into their new software. They didn't have that history, so they sent it to the person. But that has since been rectified.
Thank you.
No, if somebody does have insurance, and that includes Medicare, Medicaid, it typically would not go directly to the person. It would go to their insurance, and they would have to pay any co-pays, co-insurance, or deductibles.
Thanks for explaining that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Councilor Seco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please explain what other revenue means? Because we have like 72,000 of revenue that we don't know what.
The
130.
Is that it?
That is the Central New Hampshire.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Hazmat reimbursement?
So I can explain that. So the Concord Fire Department participates in the Central New Hampshire Hazmat team. As a matter of fact, the majority of that team comprises our members. When the Hazmat team trains, the agreement is, and this is part of the compact, which is 24 communities that play into this. When we have somebody doing hazmat team activities, we pay them through the city, and then we get reimbursed from the hazmat team, inclusive of all of their benefits and overhead. So that line item that you see is what they anticipate that we will need to reimburse, but that's what we would get. But that's only, we only get that if we pay it out. So it is a one-for-one. But we do have to, since we have money going out, we have to show the money coming in.
Follow up.
Yeah, just to follow up, is that like a training you said, right?
Yes, primarily this is for training for the hazardous materials team members.
So do you have any concern on the reduction? Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have any concern on the reduction of professional development in that case then?
In this particular line?
In general, because that line had said that we have a decrease in professional development.
So if I can split your question, do I have concerns about professional development? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But in this particular line, I get this number from the hazardous materials chief. So they say, this is our budget, this is what we expect. So this particular line being reduced, and I'm not seeing a reduction in this. Reduction?
I was looking at the revenues. The question was the revenues.
Yeah. I'm seeing the revenue staying stable at 93,000.
So
That's the
professional-
revenue.
professional he's looking at professional development number. Remember I explained the PCRs that were added?
Understood.
Previous year, those have been accomplished. So you don't need the money going forward. That's why the number's down. And so just because the money gets added one year, we've set up a system so it doesn't just keep growing. We take a look at everything again and see what's needed.
Thank you.
All right. Chief, while you're up, I have a question for you.
Sure.
In February 28th, I opened my Saturday, February 28th Concord Monitor. Back in the old days when I could rely on a paper monitor to be on my doorstep, which apparently is going to be ending in next month. But nonetheless, I'll adjust. But I opened the paper and I read an article about the challenges in some of the surrounding communities of the department filling positions. And I came upon a couple of paragraphs that kind of caused me to stop. In the story, I'm just going to read it because it's the easiest to do. It says, Loudon isn't alone in its penny pinching. Northwood has operated on a default budget for years, and Chichester Chief Tim Robinson said he has no full-time staff. The town uses a paid-on-call system and mutual aid. It's cheaper. The town doesn't have to pay benefits, but turnout can be unreliable. And then there's a quote, currently that's acceptable to the people of town, Robinson said, but when a town leads on mutual aid, you're relying on the taxpayers from different communities to take care of your call, and that's not right. That made me concerned since most of the towns that they were interviewing, town chiefs they were interviewing, were to the north of us. And that means that the largest dog in proximity to them is us. And so it made me want to ask you, are we giving more than we get through mutual aid? And I understand that mutual aid is a strong concept within the firefighting community, and that there's many things that many times we can, when we have to rely on other communities, such as when we lose a firefighter and we need to celebrate his life, and other departments come in and cover our community. But that kind of comment about other communities shortchanging their departments because they can rely on other departments caused me to be really concerned, because I don't think the taxpayers of Concord should be paying for, the fire coverage in Chichester or Northwood or any of these other communities unless they want to pay for it.
I'm just trying to find the question in that.
Well, the question is, I'm sorry. I thought I had embedded a question in it, but the question is really, is it worth our while to participate?
Yeah.
And are we being unduly relied upon by towns that don't want to pay for their own coverage?
Yes, I do think it is worth our while to participate. We are a member of a mutual aid fire compact that there are 24 other municipalities, then 2 other specifically ambulance services that take part in this agreement. And unfortunately, right, so I think that was the Chichester chief who used to actually be a captain here in the city and has many years of service and retired in great standing out of the city. So I can certainly, I think that came out of frustration that, that's the way that the city is being treated. I do think it is worth our while for a couple of reasons. We in the city of Concord, we don't rely on our community partners or our compact partners only in instances that are sentinel events like the loss of the firefighter that you had talked about. Even for a fairly typical residential fire that we've had several recently, we rely on our capital area partners tremendously. We have 6, 7, 8 communities come in for one specific fire. So if we look at numbers for numbers, we are responding out more to a lot of these communities. But if we look at that as a percentage of our total call volume versus theirs, we actually are responding out less. One of the other things too to consider is when we send out some companies mutual aid to their communities, we still have quite a bit of coverage left in the city, but when they're coming into ours, we're oftentimes stripping their communities completely of all of their coverage for a period of time. And there is give and take. 3 years, 4 years ago, I've lost track of time since COVID, but before the 4th ambulance was put into service, just coming into the city of Concord represented 10% of Bow's entire call volume for the year. That got to a point where I was shocked that they didn't reach out and say, okay, enough. Now, since we have put in that fourth ambulance, we're down to 5% of their call volume is coming into the city, right? And I think our highest percentage into a single community, I can look it up, is about 2, maybe 3% of our call volume. So I don't have a direct answer for you in terms of is it equitable, because we are bigger, we can afford a little bit more in terms of what we can give. But I will tell you, when they do come into the city, they do a great job, and we absolutely need them to get our business done on routine structure fires. So, and I will tell you that at the compact chiefs, all of the chiefs are facing the same thing. Everybody is frustrated with, you know, with budgets and their ability to have these conversations about equity. So, you know, the fire chiefs are sensitive, and some of it has to do with, there are times when they may not have people to send in just because, you know, recruitment or retention, or they have community members that have outside jobs. So I don't know if that answered. I'm certainly happy to answer any follow-up questions.
It does. Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
I'll just add, I think what you're talking about is something that it bears keeping an eye on, because over time, and the chiefs over time, and different chiefs over time, and I've talked about this, I envision not too far distant future that many of the fire departments in the area will no longer be in existence, or will not have the capability to have properly trained individuals and the proper equipment necessary to do their jobs. I'll also carry that over to police departments. I think they will be in exactly the same situation. And there'll be a time when it will make sense to look at regional fire and police. And I think you're going to see all these things come at right around the same time, because I think we're on the edge of the state police saying, because a lot of communities, for example, when we talk about police department, they'll shut down their police departments and let the state police system handle it. And the state police, I think, are very soon going to be saying, no, you're not. And there'll be a change potentially in state law, and that won't happen anymore. And then it'll fall on the counties, and the counties won't be able to support that. So you're going to see, I think, over the next decade or so, major changes in police and fire coverage throughout New Hampshire.
That's kind of where my thinking was going. Yeah. Because, in fact, when I was thinking about asking the question, I was also thinking about the situation of small towns who are doing away with their police departments and relying on the state police. Mm-hmm. But that's not a sustainable model. So thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Chief. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. I really just want to make one comment, and it's sort of a question. But my memory, Chief, is that you did a report for public safety, I think around the end of last year, that actually gave detailed information about both the fire and ambulance and use of mutual aid. And my memory was there's maybe one community that we were sort of providing more than our fair share to, but for the most part, it was sort of plus or minus on our behalf. Is that pretty consistent with your memory of that report?
Yes, I outlined it last year. I also outlined it this year as well. And if you'd like, I can certainly talk about that community. And, you know, I will say that the Public Safety Board is paying attention to that and trying to figure out some ways to make sure that that doesn't get out of control, I guess.
Councilor Kurtz.
Yeah, thank you. Related to Councilor Fennessy's excellent question, you did a great job of illustrating the mutual benefit for fire suppression. I'm curious, and it sounds like maybe I just need to go back and look at a report, but I was curious about the give and take with surrounding communities regarding ambulance coverage.
Sure. One of the differences is that give and take with ambulances has money involved in a sense. If we go to a community and we help Bo, or they come in and help us on a fire, that's just mutual aid. What happens is the way that ambulance billing works is if we transport a patient, doesn't matter where we pick them up, we will bill for that transport to the insurance company. So we will have a little bit of offsetting revenue to account for that.
Thank you.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you. I want to frame this in the proper way because we have large concern in our community about the rising costs of property taxes.
Yep.
But at the same time, I'm going to be consistent and again this year talking about my concern and great concern for fatigue and overtime expenses and what that does to our firefighters that are out on the field every single day and doing such a high volume of response. There has to be a point in time where we are going to swap the overtime expenses for increasing our staff so that our staff actually gets some sort of relief. I don't know when that is. I don't know how it comes about. I'm hoping that we can have some solutions so that we can provide relief to our firefighters so that they can take a breath, but at the same time do the training that is required that sometimes they're not able to do, but also reduce this $2.2 million in overtime expenses that we have. That overtime and mandatory callbacks are adding to the fatigue of our fire department. So I'm hoping for solutions that we can work with relatively appropriately in a time when people are feeling very strained over their tax dollars.
Councilor Brady Sexton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that was a would you believe? And
Thank
I
you.
would
That's a good
believe that as
It was
well.
kind of a fix it.
No.
How to fix it.
No, it was very well stated by Councilor Kretovic, but I also would just want to add a would you believe about the more that we're looking at a number of new housing construction units, and as we build more, we create more demand for your department as well. So I just want to note that.
Yeah. Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I'm going to continue with this theme then. I'll do that by way of asking about, go again back to the programming budget. There's an item 1032-01, which is reestablish Engine 1 personnel, and the amount is $246,650. That number, do you know offhand what that would represent? Like how many officers or how many personnel would be needed to get when we do Engine 1? That's why it's kind of
Okay.
this is a future question kind of, but yeah.
So in order to do Engine 1, if we were to do it fully and properly, that would be 16 people. However, the city has decided that 3 people on an engine is the model, right? So that would mean that in order to implement Engine 1, we would need 12 additional full-time equivalents. To further answer your question, this specific PCR budget request in the amount that you talked about is for 4 people, which is 1 person per battalion, and that is for half of the fiscal year. So that would be implementation. Rather than in July, it would be January. So what that would do is, obviously, adding 1 additional person would not allow us to put the engine in service. But we are at a point where I truly and honestly think that we need to start taking immediate action towards getting to Engine 1 back in service. I also can understand that the implications on the budget for 12 people in 1 year, number one, would be astronomical, but also logistically to train 12 people in 1 year hired at the same time. We just hired 8. We were very, very fortunate that we had a recruit school of 8 new employees, and that is going to take the department some time to get those employees trained to where they need to be. So both for fiscally and operationally, I think it would be best to phase in an employee per year over a few years. I already think we need Engine 1 now, but I think that if we start taking those actions, it would level it off operationally and fiscally. And I think that when I weigh everything in, including, fiscal impacts, that is the way that I would recommend it be done.
Follow up? Please. Thank you. That's what I was thinking also. And I mean, honestly, I'm thinking about the fire department here and sort of, kind of a master plan, a plan for the future for the fire department. What will that look like in future years? So many of our decisions we do here, we're doing this fiscal year, but a lot of the things, the city manager knows this, we're planning for 10, 20 years out on a lot of things that we're doing, and we're trying to anticipate things. So anticipating from what you just said, When I look at that, so that it's really 240 cents a half, so it's $500,000 would be the estimate right now, just for the 4 personnel for a whole year. So that's a big hit. Then you're talking about what's the cost going to be at Engine 1 when we eventually do decide to pull the trigger on that. That's another 3, 4, 5 million, who knows, right, at that point, right? So I'm wondering, I know that years ago we used to have in place, I think it was the buffer system, it was called, and so you had an extra person on duty that would be able to fill in, so kind of like what we were talking about earlier about the burnout and having someone working, shift after shift, long hours. You'd have the system where you'd have someone available to say, okay, this fire personnel, Smith, is out sick today. So, Jones, you go fill in for Smith's duty, right? What are your thoughts on just the buffer system, the feasibility of it? Do you think it would be something that could actually help in terms of some of the things we touched on here tonight, fatigue of officers, and then and also potentially helping with bringing down some of the overtime costs?
I'll answer the last part of the question first in terms of the overtime costs. So essentially, like you said, right now we have 21 people on duty in the suppression division that are staffing the fire trucks, right? So if we were, from what I understand, you're saying, yes, the department did have a buffer system, which meant in this instance, let's say that we hired those 4 additional people. So now we would have 22 people on duty. We would not replace the first person that's out, right? Is my understanding what you were saying, right? So looking strictly fiscally, I can tell you in calendar year 2025, because of the number of vacancies that we had held, plus people being out sick, we hired a 24-hour stretch of overtime, 365 days out of calendar year 2025. There are some days that it was just that one, other days it was up to 5 or 6. So in the instance in 2025, if you had those additional fire personnel and implemented a buffer system, it would actually, I can get you hard numbers, but in the numbers that I have thrown together in looking at that situation, it actually would have been cost savings.
Follow up. Thank you. Yes, and I did put in a yellow sheet request on that, so I appreciate your looking into that and getting us some numbers that we can actually start to kind of look at for consideration. Then I think that there's, probably there's a, I used to have a job where I used to love the OT. It was great for me, I'd be able, but I had a little more control over. I could actually say, no, I just can't do that. Not the same situation with our fire officers, as we know. You're limited with the structure that we have now. So can you also then just maybe touch on what you think the effects might be in terms of potential fire personnel fatigue, maybe reducing that a little bit with the buffer system? Is that better, do you think, then, in that score, or not?
Do you mind if I finish? I didn't fully answer the last question.
Oh, absolutely.
And I realized I strictly only answered financially. Operationally, if we were to go back to a buffer system, when you have a buffer system, you have a person that's called the quote-unquote float, right? So that's the person, if somebody else is out sick or on annual leave, that's the person that has to pick up their gear and go to whatever station that person is and fill in, right? So there is an operational inconvenience and headache, and that could mean that shift change gets a little bit clunky because now you have a piece that's waiting for somebody to go from this station over to that station. So it's certainly not without some operational consistencies. And without getting too far into it, there is some CBA language that talks about some contract changes that if a buffer system were to be put back in, we have some work to do in the contract. I think it's something that we can definitely get by, but that would just be beyond me and working with them. But do you mind repeating that second part? There was, as I understood it, was there fatigue? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I mean, we'd heard from Councilor Kretovic earlier that was one of the concerns that I think we just generally have about fire department personnel fatigue and trying to find a way to, I'm sure there still will be overtime, but to find what's the right balance, in other words, right, is really what I think we're trying to get at. So to what extent do you think that a buffer system could help in that effect?
I think the introduction of the buffer system may have small immediate wins because there would be more employees, right? You'd have 4 more employees out of the number that we have to be able to take that overtime before somebody either gets forced if it comes down to that. The real advantage would be when that buffer system eventually goes to another company that's in service where they are fielding less calls per day. In my 2025 annual report to Public Safety Board, I believe everybody got a copy of. I had compared the number of calls that our engines are doing comparative to Manchester and Nashua, and ours are busier per engine. I won't drag that, but you can certainly look for that in that if you missed it.
No, thank you. Yes, I mean, again, yes, if I may, thank you. It's not so much a question, maybe just more of a statement. I just think it's this is, I think, something that is worthwhile investigating a little bit further, and I appreciate your work on trying to gather the information and answering the questions and so forth, just so that we'll all have an opportunity to look at this and see if there's any merit and value to pursuing it more directly as we go forward. So thank you.
Would you believe, Councilor Kretovic?
Thank you. Would you believe? I'm concerned about a buffer system for this reason. It's almost like putting a Band-Aid on something that's bleeding a little bit more heavily. And I don't know that that's the way we want to be addressing things because the call volumes are so high. It's the call volumes that is driving the amount of staff that we have and the fatigue that they are experiencing, which is creating this cycle of, I can't come in, I just can't do it another day. And we are looking at officers and firefighters this year that had 2 fatalities that they had to deal with. Neither one of them, their fault, but that is what happens out in the field when they're in an active fire situation and you have something like that appear before you. They feel it. It's the empathetic side of public safety and public service. That's the kind of stuff that weighs down our firefighters, our police officers. It's hard work, and it's not for everybody. But I think that we need to always be taking a position that we need to be supporting public safety because they're doing the stuff the normal person isn't going to be able to do. But by golly, if you got to pick up that phone, I want you to be there. And I need to know you're going to be there. So that's my, would you believe?
Well, thank you. Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A real question. How are we doing on call volume, increase, decrease, keeping it the same for calls to the state hospital and to the prisons?
I haven't looked over the year over year on that, but I would say that we're fairly flat. Without looking at it, I would say that we're fairly flat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Caleb.
Thank you, Chief. Apologies if I missed this, but could you speak to the turnover rate within the fire department, if you know, like just in the last year?
I don't have the specific number in front of me. In terms of turnover, we've had, in administration, we've had some retirements out of fire administration. We have recently had a firefighter paramedic leave to go seek a different department. This was Washington, D.C., so, we did not lose this person to a local department. I would say other than fairly routine retirements we're not seeing people leave for local departments. We were seeing that a little bit, but that's only been the past, year and a half, and we'll see how that continues. I think that there are some other factors that are going on right now that may influence that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief or the city manager? Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I just wanted to, speaking to Councilor Kretovic's concerns, I just want us to look into this as an option and a possibility and kind of, get the information out there a little bit more, and then going forward, we can obviously make those decisions. And I guess I would just also, again, sticking with the theme on the PCRs for the fire department, the total requests were $390,417. and the funding recommendation is actually a net gain of $35,600. That's due to the removal of the fiscal year 26 PCR items the city manager mentioned. Thank you.
That's John's good work.
That was a net loss.
Right.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, John.
City Manager, General Services.
General Services, you want to be on item number 7. And you'll want to be on page 136. Revenues budget to budget are up $198,000 or 17%. The increase is attributable to transfers in from parking, tax increment financing districts, water and wastewater enterprise funds. On page 137, expenses budget to budget are up $943,000 or 7%. The majority of the increase in general services budgets for wages and benefits. So of that $943,000, $686,000 is for wages and benefits. An increase in professional development of $25,000, a decrease in communications of $11,000, an increase in property liability and auto insurance, you can imagine with all the vehicles, $46,000, an increase in winter treatment supplies, $27,000, an increase in the transfer to the solid waste fund because of an increase in the contract cost of $145,000. This budget also supports funding for the outdoor dining concrete barriers for downtown at $15,000. There's an offsetting revenue in the community development code, so the private sector pays for that, but you'll see that when we get to community development. An increase in training for servicing fire apparatus. The new fire apparatus we're getting needs, our staff maintains that, so our staff needs training for that. Also included under general services are 2 supplemental reports that you've requested in the past on page 138, and that is the first section shows the costs associated with the downtown services program. Fiscal year 27 budget to budget increase is $39,000 due to wage and benefit increases in professional services. This is where the concrete barriers are allocated, so that expense because they're in the downtown. And the second supplemental report is for snow and ice control. Expenses budget to budget are up $132,000. This is due to an increase in wages, benefits, and winter treatment supplies. I'd be glad to answer any questions for general services.
Questions for the city manager, Councilor Horn.
Can I make one comment first? Can you be cognizant that you're sitting back in your chair while you're speaking?
I will do that. Thank you.
Let's start this conversation off right.
I'm put in my place.
This is a question from a constituent, so pardon my ignorance as I fumble through this.
Sure.
He's aware of a difference in salt formulas, road salt, that apparently one is you have to have under 20 degrees, I think was what he said. One, which one do we use?
I'll have, is that a Kevin question? Or is it? Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Welcome.
So, Kevin DeBurr is the Highway Utility System Superintendent. We use 2 types. We use a treated road salt, which has a mag chloride in it, and then we use an untreated salt. Typically, we're only buying treated salt. That's what we typically use. The untreated salt is just the sodium chloride. So, and the mag chloride goes down to a lower temperature, so minus 20 degrees.
Okay.
Follow up?
Because his suggestion was, can we buy both so that we're saving cost if we're doing the over 20 degrees? So that's what I was trying to.
I do have both.
Okay.
Great suggestion.
Yeah.
Perfect. Nice work.
Other questions? Councilor Todd.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So just again, I'll note that City Manager, total requests on general services, $355,230, and the funding recommendation, $20,000. And he snuck away. We might need him back. I do have a question. Based on the testimony that we received, I believe that Ms. Fox sent us some testimony regarding the disappearing bike sharrows in the city as a result of the painting. And I think
This painting of lives in streets and whatnot.
Right. There's been a recognition over the years that some of the painting of lines that's sort of more mandatory for safety get done first, and then if there's extra time, then you do things like the bike sharrows and those kinds of things. So a lot of times it's a couple of seasons before they actually get done. So I think that the question that she had was a recommendation of would it be possible to use some kind of a longer lasting paint, thermoplast or that kind of thing, and apply that. So my question is first of all, does our city staff have the ability to apply something like that, or would that have to be done via a contractor? And then the second question would be, what's the difference in expense overall?
We don't have the ability to do thermoplastic. That would have to be subcontracted out. As far as the cost, that'd have to be something we'd have to figure out.
Follow up?
Thank you.
Just so my experience is it's tremendously, much, much higher. Remember, because we did it up at Exit 17 as part of that project. But I think one of the items, if I remember, Kevin, I think we only get to, was it 91%?
We're at 88% of the crosswalk stop bars.
So those are the ones that take priority. We'd like to do them, obviously, school's coming up, and you go through winter, they're faded away. We've had to change the paint content because of environmental regulations, so it doesn't last as long. So there's a lot of,
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Credit.
Thank you, Your Honor. In follow-up to that, the concern also was mentioned about the sharrows and getting them repainted. I mean, now we're in the flow of things, the thermo, whatever it is. I can't remember all the technical words. Thank you. Isn't that something that we could apply through Federal Highway for transportation enhancements to our community? Because it would be an elevation of what we use today.
Sure we can, but that's probably an administration conversation.
Or a nonprofit locally that could help us apply for that.
I think a lot of this is annual maintenance costs, and there's not a whole lot of dollars for that. If it was for the one-time application, yes, but then after you go and do it, then you're required to obviously maintain it, and then the cost comes onto the city to do that. So it's just a matter of how much money do you have.
Can I make
follow up?
It's a comment.
Would
With
you
the
believe-
higher gas prices, would you believe that people are biking more?
I would agree.
I would agree. Thank you.
Councilor Kurtz.
Yes, thank you. On the same topic, this constituent referenced both thermoplastic and something else, MMA. She said that there are two different approaches to more durable sharrow markings. Do you know anything about MMA or the relative costs of that?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay.
Just the
And
fighting.
say again?
The fighting.
Just the mixed martial arts, right. I don't know what it stands for in this context either, so I thought you might.
I know Nicole,
I'll have
so
to
it could be-
follow up with this constituent.
Follow up?
Yes, may I follow up, Mr. Mayor?
You may.
Thank you very much. This is more of a request, so I don't know. I would like to know the cost for a sharrow, an individual sharrow in either of these more durable materials, how long they last, because maintenance costs
They do last longer.
are a concern, but if this is something that we can do it and not need to do maintenance for 7 years, right? That might actually be a significant counterpoint to hiring more sign crews or painting staff. So in terms of supporting, non-vehicular infrastructure around the city and maintaining safe ways for students to get to school and be active, I think it would be worth doing a little bit of research if that's
Will do.
possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sekou.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we have been hearing in the community that communication has not been abundant in many ways. And now I see in our budget that we reduced communication. We projected 25 and revised was 35. So we can see at least a difference of 5,000. And now we just reduced it by 11,000. Do you guys have any concern when we reduce communication, where in this height now communication is key?
It's not that type of communication.
So could you explain what this is then?
Sure. So what we're talking about here is a cost for communication, telephone, well, you want to, this is paying your bills.
He's like, I'm out.
He was way too excited to leave. So what you're talking about is not communication where we actually go out and communicate to the public. What you're talking about is our phone systems and the interconnections within our phone systems. So last year, if you remember, the City Council approved putting a phone system in, and what that did is it had a change from put more of our lines on the voice over IP. So the VoIP system had more of our lines on it. We got rid of a lot of the copper lines or the direct lines. So there's been a change and a shift over in where all of our lines are coming in. So we have as many services as we can going over VoIP now. So that's had a change in each one of the departments. If you've looked through any of the departments, you've seen that there's been some changes department by department. Some have gone up, some have gone down, but it's really our phone systems that's really the main thrust of that communications line. So it's a new phone system, changes in our lines, trying to be more efficient, getting rid of some of the, all the copper lines that you have out there that are basically a direct line that we all used to know. Those lines have gotten very expensive. The prices are doubling and tripling to keep them. The communications companies want to get rid of them because they're a lot to maintain. So,
Mr. City Manager?
So we saw these increases coming up last year. That's why we came to you and said, let's put in the new phone system, and you will save dollars throughout all the departments year after year after year. This is that savings you asked us to achieve.
Just a follow-up. Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, because every saving here is welcomed. Truly. But my question for that follow-up, when we talk about the communication that I was alluding to, what line that should be under? Like, we know that, of course, the employee aspect of it, if we hire somebody to do our communication internally, do we do like other social media and stuff that can ask more money, what that line would be, and if we budget any?
So that's really if you think about the work that we'll use general services as a great example, yeah. Right? So they have all of their communications, they have their public relations person that actually goes out, does a fantastic job with social media, does a fantastic job with their C-Click Fix program. They have just a lot of things going on with all of their communications. If you wanted to increase that presence, that's really a wage and benefit piece to add another person, and then you would probably have to add some expenses for just supporting things in order to support that person as well. But that's really just a lot of hard work with the people that are currently working in the system and the systems that they have in place now, and I'm sure they could expand on it, but that's really people that have done a great job with that.
I think a good example is in general services is the change in the contract for the solid waste system, and the SWAC is working, Solid Waste Advisory Committee is working with staff to put together a tremendous communications program. I've never seen anybody who's doing a switchover like this, doing a program like we're doing, and communications to everybody individually in the field. So that is something that's rolling out in, I believe, July, or coming up. So I would say we are doing a fantastic job of communications and general services.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. LeBrun. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. That completes your presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilor Todd?
Yeah, just as the city manager exits, I wanted to do a summation. So if we combine all the departments we discussed tonight, if we fund all the requests as the city manager recommended, we will have a net of $21,280.
Would you believe?
Would you believe? And that's not including Councilor Eagle Eye Kurtz and the typo. So that if you add $2,700 to that, that brings it maybe, if that was actually added into the final total amounts, that would be more like $24,000, would you believe? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Welcome. I will now open the meeting to public comment. Come on up, Derek. Welcome.
I have a partner in crime today.
Wow. Please both introduce yourselves for the record?
Sure. I'm Terry Page. I'm the Transportation Director for the Community Action Program for Belknap and Merrimack counties, and I run the Concord Area Transit Bus System. And this is
Michael Tabery, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for that agency. And I'm here to answer maybe some of the questions that she can't, but she's the expert for transportation.
Well, he's also here to support the ask for the area center if anybody has any questions for the area center ask that the Community Action Program put in. So, thank you very much, everybody, for continuing to support the transportation program specifically. We really consider you guys as our main partner, obviously, in the service that we provide for the Concord Area Transit Service here, and we couldn't do it without you. Not just in terms of the money that you guys give us for the match, but in terms of the support that you continuously give us. You know, the TPAC program that you guys set up to be able to support us with some of the decisions that we're making, and just the ongoing involvement that you all have with some of our activities that we do. We had an open house yesterday here in Concord with the bus system, and there were several of you that showed up, which was amazing, and thank you very much for that. And I do want to answer some of the questions that came up in the budget hearing that we had. So our entire match that we have to have for local match to draw down the federal funds that are allocated to us through the Federal Transportation Association is just over $500,000. So it's about $502,000, give or take a little bit. That's every year. And we do have some set monies that we use towards that, one of them being the match here for the City of Concord. And the state, for the last the last 4 fiscal years actually, has provided a minimum operations match to be able to help out with that. However, this past fiscal year, they decided to cut that for all of the systems across the state, but the cut for us ended up being about $36,000 in an already lean budget. So that was a little bit of a hit. We do reports. One of the questions that came up from Councilor Brown was, you know, how are you getting reports for what happens within each of the funds? And we provide a quarterly report to TPAC that includes our production numbers and just a quick synopsis of what our operations have been like for that quarter. So I'm happy to give that to anybody who would like to see it at any time, but they should be also on the record for the TPAC meetings. So just in case you guys are wondering about that. So we have a little bit of a difference in terms of the different types of operating match or of match that we need. So for our capital purchases, which is the city manager referred to as us having to replace our buses, that's a different capital fund that comes into us also from FTA. And the state does match that at 11%, but we still have to come up with 11% of that match for each bus purchase. And the $9,000 that we asked for this year was actually for one of our smaller buses, for one of our demand response buses. But when I say a small bus, it still costs us about $300,000 to buy that bus. So the 9%, the $9,000 that we're asking for is pretty small in regards to what the total amount is for that bus. And I do want to put it on record that in the coming year, we'll be starting the process for the procurement for one of our large buses. And those are close to $500,000 at this point. So we're in the process of taking a look at what that's going to require in terms of funds. And I do have some ideas around also helping to move the city towards our goal of 0 in terms of emissions and some of the different models that we would be bringing on for those bigger replacement vehicles. So stay tuned, exciting things to come, but wanted to get it on the record for that. So that's the difference between what the $9,000 is that we asked for the city this year. Wasn't for operating match, which is just rolling the buses down the road. It was for replacing one of those smaller vehicles. So we are actually level funded this year, again, for operating funds from the city, which we're still abundantly grateful for, but it doesn't really help us in our increasing costs. So I did want to mention some of the things that we've been doing to get additional funds, because that's always a concern. Totally understand what the taxpayers are concerned about and getting the bang for their money. So we did ask for a $25,000 grant from DHMC and we got $2,500, which is great, but it was far less than what we were hoping we were going to get with the numbers of people we bring to them every year for customers. Concord Hospital, we asked for $50,000. We've had no response. The state of New Hampshire, as I mentioned, we had a decrease in $36,000 this year from our original operating match that we had lobbied for. I put 2 private grant requests in for a total of $70,000. We didn't get either one of them. Most private grantors are very not interested in funding ongoing operations. So it's hard to try to find any private entities that are grants that would be willing to do those operation funds. Really fun news, we are now an official recipient of sponsorship through the Fisher Cats down in Manchester. So if our first game is June 27th, and if you go on to a link that I can provide to you, every $5 of a ticket purchase goes to us, and we'll have multiple games throughout the year. So that was kind of a fun thing that I did that I thought was going to be pretty cool. Personal donations, we have a QR code now that's up on all the buses and about on all our social medias. Not great, but it's coming in. We've got about $1,500 so far that we've gotten just since we've launched it 6 months ago, probably. We put it out there. And we are now an official recipient of a gaming organization. So one of the casinos, actually up in Lebanon, of all places, has picked us up for 10 days starting in August. And from what we're hearing from other similar agencies that have participated in that, we're hoping we're going to get over $25,000 for those 10 days. If we're really lucky, maybe we'll get lucky, gambling lucky. We might get even more. And I'm also working to get a bus stop sponsorship program in front of the city manager, which I haven't done yet, knowing that it was budgeting season, to be able to allow private businesses to sponsor some of the bus stops here in the city for a 3-year period. So we would be able to do some amenities to that bus stop, help things start looking a little bit better, maybe get some lighting up on some of those bus stops. And then they agree to terms of helping to upkeep of it and give us an ongoing fee for the sponsorship of that bus stop. And that we hope will be like a more stable revenue stream that we can have coming in. So we are working really hard to try to make sure that that happens. So I just wanted to put everybody's concerns to rest that we're just waiting around for the city to pay for our match to make things happen. So I don't know if Michael has any.
I couldn't say any of that any better.
And I do want to let folks know that if we continue to have to operate under what our actual expenses are, we're going to have to start looking at some service cuts. So that's just the reality of where we are right now. So,
Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Thank you once again for presenting to us.
Yeah.
I've probably asked you the same question the last couple of years. Are there any other municipalities who are contributing to CAT besides the city of Concord?
Not to Concord Area Transit, no. We have a couple of we run a sort of a parallel system through our a different funding stream for senior buses that run throughout Belknap and Merrimack County. And we have some funding from Belknap County that comes into that program. And we have a couple of municipalities that do a small amount for those senior buses that run in those different towns, but not for Concord Area Transit, no.
Follow-up. Go ahead.
So does the county give you any money?
We do not, this year we did not get any money from the county, no.
Thank you.
That was different.
I forgot to record that, yes, that was a loss, yeah.
Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Page, for taking the time to come testify. You mentioned that if funding challenges continue, you will have to cut service. Could you please, I had the benefit of hearing this yesterday, but for folks who don't know, could you please speak to why charging fares for buses will not solve the revenue issue? Because as I can imagine someone sitting at home thinking, we'll just charge already for people to ride the bus. And I learned that that will not solve the problem. Could you speak to that?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
And it's one of those that everybody scratches their heads around because it makes sense, right? If people are going to use the service, then why aren't you charging them to use the service? So for a small system like ours, and I'm very proud of our system so far because our ridership has continued to increase over the years, and we're up over 116,000 riders as of fiscal year '25, which is more than we've had ever in the history of the service. So I'm pretty proud of that for my team. But we're a small system in terms of what mass transit typically has for ridership. So for us to collect fares, even if we were charging $5 a head for fare, which really isn't reasonable for what we provide for service, the way the federal government treats fares, they don't take it off, they don't consider it match. So they take it off of what you can actually ask for federal funds. So it reduces the amount that you can draw down, so you have to actually increase what your local match is in order to draw down the same amount of federal funds. So the amount that we would charge in fares is never going to equal, it would be just like we'd be running around chasing more local funds to pull down the same amount of federal funds. And in order to collect fares, we have to have a very tight compliance system for collecting fares. So you have to have 2 people that collect the fares off the bus every time the bus comes into dock. 2 people have to count the money. We have to have a separate bank account where the money goes into that no other funds can go into. So the administrative headaches of being able to collect fares is far outweighs what we would be able to actually utilize them for to be able to run the service. If you have a system like, you know, New York City, where they have trillions of riders a year and they have lots and lots of fares coming in, it makes sense because it's a huge part of their budget. It would never really be that much of an effective part of our budget.
Thank you.
Mr. Caleb?
Oh, yes. So one of the questions I had was just answered the ridership question. You said that it's the highest ridership you've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
How many? Oh, follow up.
Follow up.
Or I guess this is this doesn't.
You were opening your question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, that was the lead up to this. How many staff does your office have, and do you employ to drive the buses, I guess?
So just here in Concord for the Concord system, we have 6 drivers that are full-time drivers for the routes and 2 substitutes, which they float around, do vacations and do sick days. And then we have 2 demand response drivers. So we attach to the fixed route here in Concord, we have the ADA paratransit service that has to run, which is 2 shifts, the same shifts as our fixed route. So we have 2 drivers for the ADA paratransit service and a driver for our senior bus. There's another auxiliary demand response service we run here in Concord. So we're up to 10 people for drivers. And then for office staff, we have 2 dispatchers. So we have an AM and a PM dispatcher. There's myself and my basically operations manager. And I have a reporting specialist that I hired this year because our compliance reports are rather, it takes a lot to do reports for the federal government and for the state. So we were able to hire a reporting specialist this year who has tremendously helped be able to provide all the reports that I'm able to provide even to you guys. And then we have a part-time person who does travel training, and she takes care of the ADA paratransit applications that we get in so that they're vetted to make sure that the folks actually using the service are eligible to use the service. And I have a assistant operations person that we just hired to help with the maintenance needs of our aging fleet. So he takes care of when things need to go in for preventative maintenance, what that looks like, taking care of repairs. He's magical at finding parts for me at really great costs, which has probably saved me a ton of money as it is. So there's a small group of us in the office that do the work. And that's it, yeah, for what we do.
Follow up?
Yeah, that is a small group, and you didn't mention a grant manager or somebody.
Oh, that's me.
So when you say as the transportation manager, that is also you.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Could you quickly explain what the ADA and senior transit is for people who may not know?
Sure. So because we receive federal funds, the federal government requires any fixed route system to provide ADA paratransit system, which is a demand response service that helps folks who have disabilities that can't get to the fixed route bus stops to be able to get a comparable service. So we have demand response buses that will go and pick up eligible people who want to get picked up or dropped off within 3/4 of a mile of the fixed route system so that they can get to the same places that the general public could get to using a regular fixed route bus stop. And those folks have to have a qualifying disability to be able to make that happen.
Thank you.
Oh, and the senior bus, sorry. The senior bus is a bus that we put into place for our rapidly aging population that we have here in Concord. And anybody over the age of 60 would qualify. And it is actually an additional funding stream that we've been able to utilize for those particular customers that's paid through the Bureau of Aging Adult Services, or maybe it's Adult and Aging Services. They just changed it, so I always get it backwards. But they reimburse us for rides to anybody over the age of 60, so it is an additional revenue stream we have coming in for that one particular service.
That's great.
Wonderful. Thank you, and thanks for all that your organization does.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you. I miss seeing you on TPAC because you
I know.
always had the best stories, especially how you would find some of the equipment. I remember it was a catalytic converter that you were
We
able
had
to
to hunt
get,
down
which was
catalytic
amazing.
converters, yes.
Yes, so, but I have a question because Concord Hospital is in my ward, and I'm wondering, is it possible to find out how many riders go to Concord Hospital? Can I get that from you later at a later time?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I would love to try to
Sure.
work with Concord Hospital, and it's a great service that you do through my ward, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilor Secco.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for testifying here and for all you and your team does. Knowing that transportation is one of our factor of development, economic development, what has been most successful for you when it comes to partnership and collaboration within our communities? Because of course you provide service for them and they should also be part of that movement. The second things that I have been also, you mentioned going to all the exciting projects that are coming up, which is great. The game and stuff, did you guys ever thought about going to the airport, like Manchester Airport? And if so, when and how? And then last but not least, because I always ask myself when we talk about all the great work that you guys do, what has been the motivation around people that ride the bus and of course people that receive the services that the bus is offering? Means you are taking somebody to work, you are taking somebody to hospital, whatever it is. So I think there is 3 questions in one things.
Sure.
Yeah.
So in terms of kind of success in partnerships, I'm still searching for that, to be honest, because I haven't gotten a whole lot of money out of anybody for anything. But I do feel like one of my strongest conversation starters that I have is it's not just bringing people who don't have the ability to drive where they want to go. It's providing an alternative for people who can't afford a car, don't want to drive a car for whatever reason it is, and gas prices obviously these days. And there's many of the employers in the area that are relying on some of their employees to be able to get to work. And I've been really working that angle as much as I can to try to make sure that they're aware that it's not just providing service to those who can't own a car, but that really need it to get to what keeps them sustained as a household or as a family. And I think that's the angle that's going to be successful for me in approaching some of these businesses, but I'm always open for suggestions and what that looks like. The second question that you had was about
all the exciting project that is coming up, and then of course the games that you said you guys will be soon providing.
Manchester Airport. Yep.
I just
So-
parked my car and have to take a bus, so.
Yep. So we did explore a little bit the angle of providing transportation to Manchester Airport. There is honestly at this point kind of sufficient access for folks to be able to get to Manchester Airport. There's Manchester Transit Authority that has a direct line that comes up to the Stickney Ave facility for where Concord Coach comes in, and they actually pick up folks there if they want to and bring them to Manchester Airport. There's one brief stop downtown Manchester, but then they go right to the airport. And they do that at the same times that Most of the flights are leaving from Manchester Airport, and Concord Coach itself does a line into Londonderry where folks can pick up an additional service there to get to Manchester Airport. So there wasn't really a whole lot of wiggle room for us to kind of get in there and see what else would be available for us to provide transportation from Concord. And with the funds that I have, I'm not going to be duplicating services. So, and then the third one that you had was what's motivating people to ride. And some of the surveying that we've done, it's a pretty broad mix, honestly. There's a lot of folks who are getting to the age where they aren't comfortable driving or they don't want to drive, and the fixed system is a way for them to stay independent. There's a lot of seniors who don't want to use my senior bus. I'm not using that bus. They want to be independent. So them going to a bus stop is their way of staying independent and being able to get where they need to go. So I think that's a big slice of who we have on the buses at this point. We have a lot of folks who are new arrivals to the Concord area that haven't gotten their license yet, or they haven't been able to get the funds up to be able to purchase a vehicle. And we have our travel trainer actually does a lot of work with some of the community's supports for those folks to do travel training on the buses so that they're comfortable with getting out and doing those trips on the bus. We have a lot of folks here in the community who are currently unhoused, and they use our service to get to all the supports that they need to go where they need to go. And we have folks who are just trying to get to work, that are just using the bus to, they don't want to get a car, they haven't got a car, they only have one car in the household. We have a big uptake in the number of people who are biking and wanting to use the bus to get from point A to point B, and then they can bike the rest of the way. So our bike racks are used very consistently on the bus. So
follow up.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting all those demands and of course the successes. But if I phrase it a different way, what are the challenges that you have been facing from Stop Bus? Because I remember Julie, the executive director for Concord Housing, and you had a conversation, if you remember that, and the challenges that she highlighted for the people that live in some properties. From Stop Bus to what has been at your end as the leader of this, and then of course the people that ride, what has been the challenges?
well, I guess probably the requests that we get frequently are longer service hours. Folks would like to see service into the evening further. And then we have we have some requests for different areas that we don't typically go to at this point. So expanding the services more comes up a little frequently. And then weekend service typically comes up. So those would all be expansion projects that we would be able to work on if we had some additional funds to be able to do it. So is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's one. I'm just asking you what has been the challenges at your end, but also the people that do take advantage of those services that are available to them.
Okay. Councilor Davey.
Thanks for being here tonight. I got this answer yesterday, but I want to ask for the public. With all the development and the growth we've seen, can you explain what happens if the 2030 census determines that Concord falls within the
You remember that conversation,
Boston urbanized area?
I remember that conversation.
Yeah, so for the last two censuses, for the last 2 decades now, scary that I've been in this long enough for me to say the last 2 decades, we've been on the cusp of actually being absorbed into what's called a urban compact. So as sort of the Massachusetts border keeps creeping up north in terms of population, the way the FTA structures the funding for services, they group it into urban compacts. So a certain amount of distance outside of urban centers becomes an urban compact. And Concord, for the last couple decades, has kind of teetered on the edge of being absorbed into that urban compact. And if that happens, we would then be lumped into the funding stream that comes to urban providers, which is called 5307 FTA 5307 funds. We're currently a 5311 funder recipients, which means we're considered a rural system, even though we're centered in the city of Concord. If we were to be absorbed into that larger urban compact, the 5311 funds would go away. They wouldn't follow us into that urban compact. We would then have to fight for a slice of the existing 5307 funding, which probably wouldn't increase. So it would be a struggle to get even what we have for existing funding if we were sucked into that larger urban compact. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Council Foot?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think I heard you say 116,000 riders this
Yeah.
past year?
Yep.
I think that's up about 10,000 from the previous year. Do I remember that? Okay, all right, good. Wow. Which is impressive. My question is that, you know, we have 116,000 riders. Given the federal, state, city grant money, your total budget is, say, $1 million. You have 116,000 riders. I'm guessing at that number. What is the cost per trip?
I didn't bring that with me. I can get that for you, though. It's actually pretty reasonable. I'm not even going to quote you because I don't want to get it wrong, but in terms of like comparing us to some of the other providers in the state, our cost per rider is very reasonable in terms of what that looks like.
Follow up?
Thank you. So, I have an efficiency question also. So if I live at near Concord Hospital and I want to go to Walmart, is that considered one trip because you go from the hospital to Main Street, from Main Street to the Heights? Or is that two trips?
It would depend on which mode you're taking. So if you were a senior and you were taking the senior bus from your house up there to Walmart, it would be one trip, and then your return home would be the second trip. So we do count each leg of the trip as separate trips for reporting purposes. So it's a round trip, but we count each leg as one trip because there are some people that only take one-way trips. So the federal government says you can count each leg of the trip as one trip. If it was a fixed route, it would be two separate boardings. So you would get counted when you board up by the hospital at the hospital stop. And then you would be counted if you boarded down at Eagle Square when you got onto the Heights bus to go up to the Walmart. So those would be considered two trips. It would be a head count of two.
Follow up?
Thank you, Your Honor. And then government efficiencies. So we've all seen the bus with not so many people on it in town. So, you know, if the bus holds 20 people or 30 people, what is the efficiency of the bus service? So if it holds 30 and we have 3 people on it, or 2 people, or 5 people, what do you have any idea what the efficiencies are as far as available seats? Because I heard you say that you need to replace a larger bus. I somewhat follow this, but not as dramatically as you. But I've never seen a bus full.
So we get that question a lot.
Okay.
In transit, we get that question a lot. You know, we always see the bus and it's half full. So that's true in that snapshot moment when you're looking at the bus and you see the bus half empty, right? What you didn't see is an hour later or an hour before when we had right now our buses are 28 passengers. We had 26 passengers on board.
Nice.
So it does happen, but it happens in cycles. There's one run that you have 2 people, the next run you have 26. And there's been a lot of discussion transit-wide in terms of downsizing fleets to kind of address that the bus isn't full issue. But then you run into, okay, so what happens when you do pull up and you have a 16-passenger bus, but now you got 20 people, and you're leaving 4 people on the curb. And they're never going to ride the bus again because they got left on the curb. So you kind of have to walk the line of finding the size vehicle that fits for your current ridership across the whole and looking at it as an aggregate as opposed to trying to fit those snapshot moments of the bus is half full. And honestly, from an operations perspective, it's not any more expensive to run a larger bus than it is to run a smaller bus. My operation for a cutaway versus my 28-passenger, especially now that it's a diesel, is actually about the same. And I pay the drivers the same amount of money. I pay the same amount in insurance compensation for the drivers. I pay relatively the same amount in fuel for that vehicle. Depending on the age of it, I may actually have to repair the smaller bus more frequently than I do the larger bus because it's built to last longer. so there's fewer repairs for it until it really starts aging out. So operationally, it's not any less expensive to run a larger bus compared to a smaller bus.
Thank you.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a question, but Councilor Foot's comment reminded me of I have a would you believe to start off with, which is would you believe ridership really has slowly increased? I think it's more dramatically increased since COVID and since the free fare was instituted. But 20 years ago, I think the ridership was averaged out to something like 1.2 or 1.3 riders per bus per route. So you would have, therefore, you would have a lot of times there would be empty buses driving around the city. So we don't see that anymore. And or if we do, it's much rarer than it was. And at the time, council was saying, well, why should, and I wasn't on council at the time, but my recollection is council was saying, well, why are we funding this at all? What are we doing with this, right? And Councilor Kredick will recall, she worked on this for a long time as well, that we instead took a different direction, and there was a Transportation Policy Advisory Committee that was created in 2008. Along with that was a Public Transit Subcommittee that was created, which until recently did a lot of wonderful work working with CAP BMI personnel and the CAT directors who are directly involved with helping build up an understanding of what the needs were within the community for the bus service, and then also working together collaboratively to improve the bus service in many ways. And all the committee could do was to offer suggestions, but from you and your counterparts previously really took that to heart. And I think what we see now is just tremendous improvement over those last 20 years. It's been phenomenal. So you've done a really excellent job. My question is, following off of Councilor Kurtz's question, where she asked about ridership, and we saw that incremental increase related to the free fare component. With that, also, because of that increase in numbers of riders, that enabled you to get some additional funding as well.
That's
so
true.
I think it was something about $60,000.
That's
Can you
true.
speak to that?
Yeah, so the state match that I mentioned earlier is actually the state provided a line item for operating match for transit across New Hampshire. And then DOT came up with a formula to split that funds across all of the transit systems in New Hampshire, and part of the formula was ridership. And because we broke the 100,000 ride mark, we actually received 60,000 more in match than we would have the previous year. So having that increase in ridership netted us $60,000 more than we had had before because we had the increased ridership.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Council Secretary.
It's not a question, but it's more like a comment because I think it's very important. And thank you for highlighting the difference if you have 5 people on the bus or you have 20 people on the bus. Efficiency seems the same. But I always ask myself also, the 5 people that take the bus or the 20 people that take the bus, the impact on the 5 people is the same as if I want a ride, I get a ride. Either there is 5 people on it or 1 person, the impact's still there. And I think it's very important for us to see the people that needs it.
Yep.
Either it's 5 or 1, they still need it. And if we can, we're in a capacity to provide it, then we should. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you and I are overdue for another cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And, well, I'm sorry, I was just going to say,
Yeah.
if there's any questions in relation to the area resource funding that was requested, I'm happy to do my best to answer. I will not be quite as good as she is. She's an expert in her field. I'm a generalist.
I do have a question.
Surely. Council Secretary.
Yeah, when you were talking earlier about rural, you said the Concord is considered a rural when it comes to transportation. Is that correct?
Correct. For the transportation funds, yes. It's based on population for the area that it's in, yeah.
So there is a fund that is coming to New Hampshire called the Go North or whatever. Are
Yes.
we part of that? And if so, how much impact that will
We
have
are
on-
dying to know how much of a part of that we're going to be. It's kind of the big secret right now. Nobody really knows what those funds are going to be used for and what it's going to look like yet. So we're all waiting with bated breath and just hoping something's going to come our way. So,
I wish
yes.
I'd known that. I was sitting right behind the director on Friday. I could have asked for it.
Yeah.
Any questions for Michael? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
guys
so
very
much.
Thank you for your
Thank you so much.
continued support. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and councilors. Nice to see you all. I'm Jessica Martin. I'm the Executive Director of In Town Concord. I'm happy to answer any questions about In Town Concord today with regards to our grant and the continued partnership and support from the city. We really appreciate it, all you guys do. I did want to just mention that we do, in our annual grant application to the city, provide our annual report, which is on our website if anybody wants to check it out. We also include our 990 tax returns in that application and our end-of-year financial report. So we provide all that annually to the city, so there's always the up-to-date information on the grant application. But I'm actually here, well, I'll pause. Any questions on that? No? Okay. I'm actually here because I wanted to testify in support of the Event Arts Grant funding that has been on the budget for the last 2 years in support of new events or younger events in our community. I've been in town almost 6 years, so I can tell you firsthand the impact that these events have on the downtown and the businesses and the local economy. They're critical. They really are in supporting vibrant downtown. They support the businesses, they bolster the economy, but they also create connection and community pride. We have received support for First Friday. So First Friday, I think people might be surprised to know that it's only been around for 4 years. It's grown and became very popular in a short period of time. And the reason for that is because we were able to access these funds. The first year we did it, so as I said, 4 years. The first year we did it, we did not have any funds, 0 funds to do. The next year we were able to access the grant for $10,000. And it was a game changer for us and also for the businesses, because when I first started at In Town, one of the common requests from the businesses downtown was, we don't need a market days all the time. We need something that's going to generate foot traffic on a little bit of a regular basis. Also, there was a little bit of a, things roll up at 5 p.m. We want, a little bit more activity downtown in the evening. So that's where that came from. And as somebody that does events for a living, I know that it's really hard to get sponsorship dollars for a new event. If you don't have a concept that you've proven to sponsors, they're not necessarily interested in supporting, and it takes 2 years, 3 years, 4 years really to show the success, the community buy-in of an event. So I think it's really important that the city keeps supporting these. I've talked to other downtown organizations and cities that have asked me about First Friday and the success that we've had with First Friday, and I have said, it's the city supported us, and we've got tremendous buy-in with our partnership from the city. So I wanted to mention that some of the events that have been supported outside of First Friday include Northeast Coffee Festival, the New Hampshire Book Fest. I know Kimball Jenkins has gotten funds for lighting up Kimball Jenkins, which drives traffic there. These are really important and really beloved events in our community. So I just want to encourage you to consider adding that back into the budget this year. And just anecdotally, we had our first Friday in May. The weather helped, of course. But Social Club Creamery had a line out the door, even past 8 p.m. So these events are bringing traffic in. Northeast Coffee Festival last week, you see the obvious vendors there, but what you may not be seeing is the classes that they're having that are training other coffee professionals, and people are coming from all over the Northeast. My cousin was here from Portland, Maine, doing a latte class, right? So these are things that, we're not necessarily seeing, but it's supporting the hotels, the restaurants, the retailers, all of that, the meals and room taxes that we talked about earlier. So it's really important. I want to see it continue. I want Concord to be vibrant and, full of life. So happy to answer any questions on any of those things.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Martin? Councilor Brown?
Yes, and your First Friday event is great, especially the tree tour.
We do get compliments on that, even though it's not, we didn't do it.
No, it's fabulous. But I'm wondering how many First Fridays, and that's just $10,000 for 5?
So the first year was $10,000 that we did, and we have six.
Six First Fridays.
Yes, and it's gone down. So each year we've gone down. So 10 for the first year, 8 for the second year, and then this year we're getting 6,000 from the city. So part of, I'm just theorizing, but part of the plan I think for the city is to, get the event on its feet, and so it's a little bit of a graduated decline.
Any other questions?
Can I just do a follow-up?
Follow-up.
How is the attendance? About how many people come out for the First Friday events?
Well, with all of our events, it's hard to gauge, but I was at First Friday in May, and I don't know, there had to be 2,000
Nice.
throughout. I think, we're always a little bit weather dependent, but, and it's all spread out, so it's hard to tell for First Fridays, but spread out means businesses are active, retailers are active, and, they're going into stores and things like that. So that's a good thing.
Yep.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. All right. So this testimony will, you'll probably find it.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Yep. My name's Alan Robitis, and I come to you solely as a Ward 5 member. However, I must disclose to you that I'm also employed by the city as a shift supervisor with your fire department. I'm not here to represent the fire department in any way at all. The city has a well-researched and analytical fire chief for that. I also do not wish to be viewed as representing either union group connected to the fire department. I will leave that to the union officials and their behind-the-scenes conversations over coffee that we all know happens. This testimony will probably be a little bit more germane if it was done the other night, but I wasn't sure if you guys were going to take public testimony when the manager was doing his presentation. So here it goes. I come to you tonight asking you to do less than what your civic intuition is likely urging you to do. If my testimony is articulate enough, by the end, that statement will hopefully make sense. I have been a Concord resident for just shy of 25 years now. I know that doesn't make me old Concord, but I think it gets me past the threshold of being a new to Concord resident. I do pay attention to the goings-on in Concord, but would still consider myself naive in many areas. I am quite familiar with the narrative in our community currently that Concord taxes are getting crazy, are soaring, are out of control. Fill in your preferred adjective or statement as you will. The narrative is everywhere. Social media, the newspaper, it's the topic of conversations between neighbors, within families, between city officials and their constituents. It impacts business decisions and discussions. It is everywhere, and on the surface, maybe this rhetoric is true. In 25 years, I have seen a number of significant projects completed within the city. Virtually every school in both Merrimack Valley and Concord school districts have had massive renovations or a complete rebuild from the ground up. Seriously, almost every single one, if you are to include Runlet. I believe Beaver Meadow and Concord High might be the only facilities not on the list. I've seen Main Street get a facelift, a new community center, a modest fire training facility get built on Old Turnpike Road, even a new soccer pitch built at Keach Park. I suppose if we are to put Runlet on the list, it would only be fair to include the new police station on the Concord side of the list as well. Put all of those things down, and even some I may have missed, and you will see that things get out of balance quickly with regard to spending in the city. Concord is a community not distinctly different than many communities across the state in the problems we are facing. Unaffordability of housing continues to keep our children, with their parents longer and thus retards their ability to thrive in many ways. Homelessness is an issue that can no longer be unseen in so many communities across New Hampshire. The list is long and the struggles are shared. Looking through a different lens, Concord is not distinctly different than many of the state capitals across the country who tend to step on the community it resides in rather than support it, something this very council has shown continued frustration with. Concord is, however, distinctly different than other communities in New Hampshire in the relationship of its primary fiduciary boards. It is the only community, as I understand, in which the school district is completely autonomous to the overarching council or selectmen's board who are tasked to oversee civic affairs in a macro way. This places Concord in a stark contrast to every other municipality across the state. In no way do I intend to articulate this construct to be beneficial or detrimental to the city as a whole. I have 3 children, 2 of which had great experiences with the MV school district, and my daughter is in the midst of a Concord school district education, and she is doing equally as well as my sons had. Quite obviously, this is exactly what the citizenry of Concord continues to prefer, as there has yet to be any significant changes to the relationship between our city council and either of the 2 school boards. If autonomy is what our school districts prefer, and autonomy is what our voters have continued to uphold, then autonomy is what they should get. They should bill the citizens directly for their piece of the taxation, the largest piece of the taxation, mind you. Understanding this is likely not possible, I believe it's long overdue to provide a truth in taxation document to every taxpayer, showing exactly how much money they pay based on their real property to the separate entities who collect taxes under the guise of the city of Concord. As stated before, I hear and feel the same things that Concord taxes are getting pricey. To my fellow citizens, I challenge you to know if it is truly Concord taxes that have created this feeling, or is it more likely school district taxes, county tax, or state aid that makes the invoice every quarter one you don't look forward to seeing in your mailbox? So what specifically could one citizen of Ward 5 be looking for out of such testimony? Please just do what the Concord citizens have asked you to do. To stay in your fiduciary lane and do not let any other fiduciary board influence you in your pursuit of what is warranted to provide for a successful Concord of tomorrow. If you allow yourself to be impacted by the decisions of a separate board that you are specifically not to oversee, if you allow yourself to be impacted by the decisions of a separate board that you are not specifically to oversee, you are effectively derelict of your fiduciary responsibilities to this council and to the entire citizenry of Concord. You become almost beholden to or below a board that the Concord citizens have tasked you to be equal to and distinctly different from. How could anyone find it reasonable that this council keep taxes low when the school districts are the first to set their budget projections? The school districts are the first to get to Concord's fiscal trough, and they can be gluttonous when they get there. No citizen should expect this council to operate the other half of the city with the fiscal scraps left after such a gorging. I am sure the civic pit of your stomach is telling you differently, and it's likely difficult to ignore the feeling that you somehow have a duty to help the citizens of Concord by making up for the school district situation that is in so many ways self-inflicted. This very thought process I have discussed with some of you who are present here tonight. As you move through the many budget committee hearings you still have yet to hold, and you hear department heads asking for new equipment or more staffing to deal with our growing population or the changing needs of our community, I ask you to ponder one question. If the shoe was on the other foot, what would be the outcome? If hypothetically Concord was facing a $17+ million shortfall, would the school district have held back on a new school, a new property purchase? Would it change plans at all to help the city of Concord out of their hypothetical problem? I'm not here to show support or dissent towards the school districts that reside in our city, nor here to show support or dissent towards the city or state. I'm actually asking you to do less than what you likely wish you could do. I'm asking you to free yourself from the tethers of a fiduciary board that you do not belong to and you're not responsible for. And as a reminder, the citizens of Concord have shown consistently they would prefer the separate entities stay in their own sandboxes. Had that not been true, there would have been a referendum that had changed the layout by now. Make wise decisions, and I sincerely thank you for your willingness to do what you guys do for this city.
Thank you, Mr. Robitis. Would you believe that your comments almost exactly mirror a conversation I had early today?
That's great news. Keep talking. 'Cause
Questions
this is getting
from
crazy.
Questions from Mr. Robitis. Councilor Brown.
Would you support the school district not being autonomous?
Yeah. I'd vote twice if I could.
Got it, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Robitis, I'm sorry, Councilor Horn.
Since we're talking about the schools, would you support one school district in the
Yes.
city?
Any other questions? Mr. Robitis, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you, guys.
appreciate your
Thanks
testimony.
a lot.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Did you bring any coffee for us?
I wish. It's a little late for that, I think. I'm Alex Stoyle. I'm co-owner of Revelstoke Coffee, Cars and Coffee on Capitol, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the events grant and encourage you to consider adding it back into the budget. We just had Northeast Coffee Festival this past week, which was a recipient of the grant for, I thought it was the last 3 years, but it might have been the last 2 years. I don't own the organization. We just work with them to bring that event here to Concord. So I want you to just think for a minute, what do you love about living here in Concord? You don't have to answer. I'll tell you what I love. It's a safe, clean, and lively city filled with great people, businesses, and events. We've got a growing reputation as one of the main city that people are coming to for events in the state. And I really think we should continue to step on that gas pedal rather than remove it. This weekend I ran into multiple people at the coffee festival, which we estimated had about 6,000 people come through the gates. And singing the praises of Concord, not the coffee festival, but if you were downtown this weekend, if you came from anywhere, you would have been like, wow, what are they doing in this city? There was the Walk for Sight, there was the coffee festival, the Y had an event. I heard the Kiwanis Fair was going on. It was just like bananas downtown. So people were saying, wow, it's so much nicer coming here than going to, I won't name the other cities they were mentioning, but they were in New Hampshire and they were really saying, what a beautiful city. I know the budget's always tight and safety and cleanliness obviously come first, but I would encourage you to remember why real people love living here. It's because it's fun. There's awesome stuff to do. We need to keep supporting these events and driving economic development downtown. And this is one of the small parts of the budget that really does drive economic development. Between dollars spent with our downtown merchants, visitors discovering Concord for the first time, and new businesses considering Concord as a home for their business, the return on this is huge on these events, and it'll continue to pay dividends for years to come. The budget fund is less of an expense, and I view it as more of an investment into the social fabric of the city. I also have am I allowed to make comments on behalf of other people?
Yeah.
So Karen Bassett is the festival director. She said a lot of the same things I did, but she also wanted me to share that the event budget this year for Northeast Coffee Festival was over $100,000. And almost all that money stays downtown. We do have a $10,000 budget for bands and a big budget for equipment rental as well. Most of those other dollars go into hotels, event spaces, restaurants and vendors, and it drives a lot of traffic and business downtown. And I should say also thank you for supporting it for the last few years, because no matter what happens, I think I'll always be grateful that that the city helped bring that here and had its crest on all of the advertisements, and it's very cool. But again, I would encourage you to think about it, consider it. I can't speak to how it might impact other parts of the budget, and I understand decisions have to be made, but I want you to know that it was very meaningful for this organization that's near and dear to my heart, and I know made a lot of people very happy the last 3 years we've had the event here downtown, so thank you.
Mrs. Doyle, would you believe that during one of my mayor's business visitation visits, one of the more high-end Main Street vendors told me that the coffee festival generates the most walk-in business for them of all the events downtown?
I would believe it. I would also say that in town Jess just mentioned Social Club. I hope she'd be okay with me mentioning that the owner of Social Club also told me that it was her busiest day of all time this past weekend on Saturday. So, and she was, for those unfamiliar, we do our event on the complete other end of Main Street. So I can't take all the credit for that, but I think it had something to do with it.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations on a good festival and the success of your business. To what degree, knowing that I represent the Heights, a part of the Heights, a high number of renters, a lot of low-wage workers, many of us removing coffee from our personal budgets, to what degree do these sorts of events, private businesses need to become self-sustaining? Because I feel like that's the challenge I'll hear from my constituents when they look at what is getting funded, where there's no festivals past Everett Arena at all in the Heights, other than the great things happening at our community center. To what degree does a government need to support private businesses in their pursuit of success when things seem to be growing and succeeding? Because I feel like that would be the pushback I would probably hear from my constituents.
Yeah, I hear it 100%. I would say that that would be my concern as a citizen as well. I think this event, is my event aside, I think that's actually something that I believe in, is we should really be kind of figuring out how to make these things happen for ourselves when they benefit us, right? I will say that the grant is a tool in our toolbox, something that I think came out of the way that the budget was working out in those years, and the way that I understood it, it wasn't like coming out of something else. It happened to be a surplus that was applied in this interesting way that was driving economic development. If I'm wrong, please tell me.
No, you're right. It came from the Economic Development Reserve Fund.
Sure. So, it wasn't something that would have gone to something better or different at all. And I will say that for anyone, like our festival and the other events that I'm involved with, they're always free. So it doesn't matter who you are or if you can get there, you're welcome. And in our festival this weekend, there was a lot of free samples. There was a lot of people giving away stuff. There was really something for everyone. The music on the street is free. And I get it. Like, it's not something that someone's going to live or die because of. But I would say that it is what makes people love living here. And when we start stripping all of those things away in the name of, just because it's not, ones and zeros. I think it's an intangible thing. And again, the economic development that it brings, I've had so many people who said, like, man, like, should we open? I mean, I think you've seen it with Revelstoke alone. Like, since we opened 7 years ago, we've had 3 or 4 other coffee shops open downtown, maybe more than that. So the rising tide is raising all ships here in Concord. And, but I hear the constituents' concerns loud and clear. I would share them myself as a citizen. So.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I do want to correct first of all, I agree with you. I stopped going to Starbucks and I'm going to local businesses. But I forgot about the Multicultural Fest. I can hear Jessica texting me rapidly right now. Forgive me. I can't believe I forgot the Multicultural Fest. But I really appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say I would advocate for events all over the city too. I'm just doing my thing, but I don't think it should be downtown or the Heights. I think we need them everywhere, and the more the merrier.
I suspect Councilor Todd would say Pennacook.
And Pennacook, sorry.
Yeah, the Mayor Pro Tem, you had a question?
Yes, I do, and thank you, Your Honor. Alex, I just want to say, don't speak to all of us here. You said it's too late for coffee. It's not too late for us for coffee. But thank you, Alex, for literally your dedication to the city of Concord. I sit on the EDAC with you, and I see really how committed you are for all businesses to succeed and for all your involvement on everything that happened. My question to you is, all the festivals that happen and anything that you have been involved, do you guys have like a separate budget so that if I want to put an event, because we care about Concord, we care about bringing economic development here, foot traffic, whatever, tourism, you guys have like a separate budget. If I want to put something, I can go to you guys and say, hey, I'm short of 5,000 or 2,000 or 1,000, I need your help, other than what the city has to offer.
Like me personally?
No, just all those festivals that do you guys have like some sort of?
The coffee festival alone, we rely on not only the grant, but we have a lot of sponsors at this point. I would even say, I mean, Jess said it takes 2 or 3 years. I'd like to know how, because it's hard to keep sponsors and to you know, to grow or to raise enough capital to put these events on. I've both been, you know, I'm not as involved with the day-to-day of Northeast Coffee Festival as I am like the event is happening itself. But from like we were granted this events grant for Northeast Coffee Festival, and I've also been denied it for Cars and Coffee. So it's not. I actually agreed with the decision of Tom. I didn't think we were ready for the grant, and I think he was wise to deny it. And I think there are now a lot of rules around who can apply for the grant and how they can apply for the grant. But I would say that for Cars and Coffee, a lot of the startup capital just came out of my pocket. It's something we believe in and we want to see in the city. We're at the point now where we kind of break even on the event thanks to some good sponsors, and that event continues to grow. But so I'd say as a young event, if this is what you're asking, Counselor, I believe it is, very bootstrapped, very self-funded at first. Same with Northeast Coffee Festival when they were doing it in Laconia. And at the point where the event gets big enough to hopefully break even or even maybe make some money someday, then we can start, you know, looking for sponsors and
follow up.
Just to clarify, so all the festival you are involved in too, and there is other festival like Multicultural Festival and others that come to Concord. If all of you guys say, okay, we know that some of us has, of course, the means, the relationship, the partnership to get the sponsorship. Some don't have that same sponsorship capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And we say, okay, each festival, at the end of the festival, after you do all your count, put 1,000 in a fund to support Concord festivals, not 1 or 2 or 3. That's what I was asking.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, partnership and collaboration in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be a very tough ask for a lot of like the small festivals. Like I think the perception of like if you walk downtown, you'd be like, oh my gosh, these people are so busy and there's so many people here. How can it not be so successful? And it is in a way because that's the goal is people and life. But financially, I mean, it's not like. It's not like making money. I mean, if you did out like a lot of the volunteers, I mean, we rely on volunteers. We rely on, you know, Lindsay, my wife, and myself. We basically volunteer our time. Karen, festival director as well. It's a labor of love, and I think it is self-serving in a way because we love this city. We benefit a lot from it. The social capital of an event like this is strong. By that I mean we get to influence the city and we get to make it the place that we want to live, and I think it's special and a privilege, and I'm proud of that. But I think it would be a really tough ask to ask at the end of the event when we're adding up the dozens of maybe hundreds of dollars that we maybe have made to then give any of that away. Yeah, it's not like a profitable business model. Yeah.
Council Brown?
Yes, I hear great things about everything that you're doing downtown. I think it's wonderful. I think our city is just magnificent. It's a historical city. We have so many great neighborhoods. I just want to correct the record. The grant came from the Economic Development Reserve, and it was not statutorily compliant. So at that time, the Economic Development Reserve was for civic centers. But it has changed, so it is for economic development broadly. So you had.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
And
Councilor.
that is an opinion, not a fact.
No, that is a
Is
fact.
is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
I believe that is an opinion, not a
It is a
fact.
fact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Which is documented, but thank you. Go ahead, ask your question,
But yes,
please, Councilor.
Yes. So I was just curious, the first year, I believe, the Coffee Fest received $22,500. How much did it receive the next 2 years?
So all of that would be in those applications, and I have never looked at them. I don't apply myself personally. We don't own the festival. So Lindsay and I we help them plan everything that happens outside on the streets. But when it comes to budgeting and expenses and paying the bills, that all runs through Northeast Coffee Festival, and I would be just guessing. But I believe that is all available through, on the applications. And I know that we have to provide all of the budgets and where that money's going to, and it can only be used for certain expenses, which has all been, I can say with confidence it's all been complied with, because I've heard our festival director talk about how much work it is complying. So it's
the hard thing about
it
grants.
is. It's the hard part about which
Yes.
it should be. It shouldn't be easy. So
Dot every I, cross every T.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mrs. Doyle.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you. I would like to have some coffee, but
That's it. Don't come and speak for us here.
greetings.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. I won't take much of your time. My name is Lily Wellington. I am a Ward 7 resident. And when I'm not here, I am the executive director for the state's Commission on Aging. I am not here tonight in any professional capacity. I'm here as a Concord resident. And I wanted to put in a quick plug for community transportation and for CAT. So one of the things that the commission has been working on for the last several years has been a community transportation needs assessment. This is a multi-year study. It's actually the largest study that the state has done on transportation needs, specifically for older adults, the disabled population, and veterans. And so the report hasn't quite been published yet, but one of the findings in it that I wanted to share with you, because I think it's relevant as we think about the city that we want to build, is that currently the survey results are telling us that 44% of older adults, folks with disabilities, and veterans missed at least one medical appointment within the last month because of a lack of transportation. This costs everybody, right? In wait times at ERs, in healthcare costs, you name it. It means that the ambulance is rolling because you have people delaying medical care that can be prevented. So that was one fact I wanted to share. The other one was that when we look at where we're at demographically, our society is older. This is a permanent demographic shift. Last summer, New Hampshire became one of 11 states in the country that now has more people over the age of 65 than children in the state. By median age, New Hampshire is the second oldest population in the country. So we need to start thinking globally about how our community reorients some of its resources. And so from where I sit, one of the most vital ways that we can do that is transportation. It's getting people to food, medical care, socialization, but also work. It was stunning, the amount of people in this survey and study who relied on this for either contributing to the economy or continuing to work. And so that's another point, is that in the last 100 years, we've gained 20 years on our lifespan. Everything we did really amounted to a longer life, which is what we worked hard for in public health, right? But now that we're living longer, we have to reorient what those systems do to support that. And I will leave you with this fact, which was that 23% of older adults are already starting to limit their driving. So anything we can do to support that on the community level will help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. I just had one question. It might be a couple questions. Is the commission making a recommendation that the state invest more money in things like Concord Area Transit or other sorts of mass transit?
Yes, the study that is coming out, it's 134-page final report that has very specific policy recommendations. One of them that's a little more complex is that there are over 50 streams of federal funding that come into the state to support transportation, and they don't all talk to one another. And so match and federal funding is an extremely complex game, right? And so understanding how all of those streams could work together to strengthen the infrastructure is a really critical piece of understanding what we're using as an asset, but then also what we're going to need to invest in the system.
Follow up.
Is the commission recommending that the county and other municipalities also contribute to these sorts of public transportation opportunities?
That is not currently something that is in our current recommendations.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Schlosser.
So thank you for your testimony. I guess I would like to invite you, this message of an aging population is critical. It came up with the police station design. What is the future of policing with the aging population, and how will that change the nature of policing? And I think they did a very good job of trying to sort of think ahead on the implications of that. So I think this is an important theme for the community, especially in the coming years and decades. So I would just request that you and your connections working on senior issues really work to have a voice in the master planning process, which should begin, towards the end of this year, I believe. Because if the seniors can come out and give voice to what they need, the work, educational, recreational, healthcare, whatever they need, I think that has to be an important part of the kind of master plan we create for our city. So I would invite this message to continue, not just in the budget season, but in our master planning process, which will happen over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Happy to help.
Any other questions? Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Are you aware of any information gathering that may have been done by the commission to CAT directly to gather data for the report? Was that outreach done that you're aware of? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Just
follow up.
Thank you. So that's great. So in other words, Terry Page, who was here tonight, would be aware of your interaction and so forth.
Follow up.
The question then would be, you're going to, Commission's going to release this report.
Yes.
And then what happens? Right?
Then the fun begins. So what I've been saying is really the last year is really just the beginning, right? The report isn't, it's the largest study, but it's not, it's truly the starting point, which is that we need to reorient many of our systems to support a changing demographic, right? And that's an all hands on deck. We need to pull on every policy lever that we can.
Follow up.
And that would include, obviously, set aside funding to be able to do those things, right? To be able to have communities apply for funding, the state would have to set that funding source up in order to accommodate that, right?
Wearing my private citizen hat, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? When is your report coming out again?
That's a great question. It's a fluid answer. I don't have a specific date because it has to be approved by several other people.
All right.
So
but in
shortly,
2026?
imminently. Oh yes, by
Okay.
June.
All
That's
right.
the plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So in the very near future.
Yes, and I have preliminary findings, which is probably just as robust as you might want to read, and I can send those to the council.
I would
Yeah.
suggest that you send them to the city clerk,
Sure.
and she will distribute them to the council.
Great. And then once it's finalized, if you wanted to read 134 pages,
Executive summaries are great things.
I think so too. I think so too.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
I will mention that according to staff, the Northeast Coffee Festival received $22,500 in 2024, $20,000 in 2025, and $15,000 in 2026, just so that we have that information. Anyone else like to testify? Mr. Schweiker. Welcome.
Maybe you shouldn't say that. Good, good evening, mayors and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Roy Schweiker, and I'd just like to mention something that in years past, the city manager would stop after each segment of the budget and allow the public to comment on that specifically, and that gave the city manager a break, and it also, put the stuff together more, what the people were talking about. And it also means you wouldn't have had to listen to me as much all at once if I could have broken this up. So maybe you should consider that for future Finance Committee meetings. Okay, I'll start off with the bus because that seems to be a big topic tonight. I think that it could be a good thing, and there's still deficiencies like, talking about this is great for seniors. Well, we have senior programs at 2 community centers. Neither of these community centers is on the bus route. It could be on the bus route. It's only a couple blocks away, but they don't divert the bus over the community center. And, a couple of blocks may be too much for the senior citizen that uses a walker. And one of those women I know sometimes uses the senior bus to get there, but apparently the senior bus only operates in certain areas, certain days, so it's not every day she can go there. So I think, maybe in exchange for your money, you should ask them, can't you please get your routes approved to go to the community centers? I mean, it wouldn't take the bus any longer to go over 2 blocks and go down that next street over. The second thing has to do with this senior bus that they're buying or whatever that costs $300,000. I think you could buy a pretty good bus for $50,000 that would be more nimble, maybe even easier to get in and out if you got the right bus, use less fuel, and be a lot cheaper. I mean, and she talks about what if the bus was full. Well, it seems like I seem to remember in Boston, if the subway is full, you're allowed to hang on to the stanchions and so forth. And I don't see why, in the rare cases that this bus has more people than it's ever had, that you can't do that. I also remember riding trailways up from Boston. If the bus was full, they let you sit on your suitcase in the aisle. So I think that, if smaller buses are cheaper and better for the environment, we need to let them do it. And the last thing has to do with the fares. I mean, I understand she explained why a specific fare is not a good idea, but I still feel like, it's costing about $10 per ride to operate the buses. And I feel like if you said, why don't we get a donation of $1 per ride from everybody? We'll have this special locked fare box. You stick your dollar in. You don't make change. If you don't have a dollar, you don't have to put it in. It's a donation. But just to demonstrate whether the residents really care about this bus system or not. Because if we've got 176,000 or whatever it is riders, if half of them put in $1, that'd be a big piece of change. And I know if I was going to go to the trouble of riding on the bus, I'd put $1 in it. So I think that's something we need to think about. And the next thing has to do with, our taxes, the assessment that's coming up. The people in manufactured housing are going to be having a increase of like 50%, whereas businesses are going to actually be paying 10% less than they do now. So I think that people, particularly, former presidents of the Chamber of Commerce, need to go to our businesses and say, look, you're paying less in taxes than last year when there's people in this city that are paying more. So you should be putting up more money toward things that are making you money. Like, I'll give you an example. I think in town Concord, you should cut their budget by 50% this year, cut it by 50% next year again, till it goes away. Because if the downtown merchants don't think this is worth supporting, when they're paying less tax this year than last year, then why is the rest of the city paying for it? They can afford it. They're gonna pay, they're gonna have more than that in tax savings. And the same thing with the festivals. You know, it doesn't do me the least bit of good to have 10,000 people come to the city and drink coffee. If that helps the downtown businesses, why aren't they the ones that are giving this grant for the coffee festival instead of me? So I think that the businesses can afford this. They're gonna be paying less taxes next year than this year. Let them, you know, pay for these festivals. Let them pay for in-town Concord. And, you know, we have people here allegedly that have business connections. Let them see if we can't make that happen. Okay, now we'll go out of order, because this is something nobody's talked about yet. We understand we're gonna take these servers that the city has and put all the stuff up in the cloud. So, are these servers worth anything, or are we just gonna give them away to whoever asks for them first? And if they're managing these servers in the cloud, does that mean that we need one less IT staffer running our servers? You know, we didn't seem to have any discussion on that, and it's the sort of thing we need to be thinking about. Because, you know, we need to save every little dollar we can, because it seems like a lot of the big dollars are fixed. So what can we do about that? And the same thing with the police. I see they're spending $120,000 to buy new handguns. I mean, how much does a handgun cost? Are these guys having 2 handguns like Wyatt Earp, or maybe 3 or 4? And how fancy handgun do they need? And, you know, that just seems like a lot of money for them. And assuming that they really need these expensive handguns, what are we going to do with all the handguns they have now? Are they going to be traded in as part of this deal? Or once again, are we just going to give them away to somebody? I mean, they must be worth a quarter of what the new ones are, right? So $30,000 worth of old handguns, you know, can't we get something for them? We need to look into stuff like that. And as far as the new police station, I think we should put the welfare department there. There's enough space there, and that would give them a home. Take the old police station, drain the water, shut off the heat, leave it vacant. You know, we've got enough buildings to support already. Let's leave that vacant. Let's put the welfare department in the police station where they've already got all this stuff. And if people don't want to go to the police station for welfare, well, that's unfortunate, but there's no reason they can't. And the last thing is the fire department. As you may or may not remember, the state legislature just passed this new law that all the ambulance calls are paid for at 3 1/4 times the Medicare rate. Why don't we send the prison a bill for every one of these? Why don't we get some of our legislators to propose some of this stuff? I mean, I was very disappointed that in the 2024, the town of Hempstead, their legislators had a bill that because the state bought the Hempstead Hospital, that the state paid them a year's worth of taxes to compensate them for losing it. I didn't see any of our Concord representatives put a bill in the legislature. Somebody should compensate us for a year of taxes for the insurance company that Steve Dupree sold them. You know, we need to have representatives that will look out for Concord. Aren't they supposed to be representing us? Let's get our money for the ambulance. Let's get our money for the taxes. And if we don't, at least let's have a bill that was submitted that fails. Right now, nobody's doing anything to help us out, and that's just not right. And the very last thing, and you'll be pleased with this, is good old Engine 1. I think we should ask the fire department to do something about if we had Engine 1. One thing is you run a simulation. The other thing is simply take all the fire calls we had last year. Let's say we had Engine 1 in service. How would things have changed with Engine 1 in service? You know, how much less would people be tired? I think you'd find that it wouldn't really do a lot, because if you look at the fire calls, there's only 1 or 2 structure fires every week. A lot of the shifts of firefighters will spend an entire week going to no structure fires. And that's the sort of thing, once again, that's a number they could give you if they wanted to figure it out, is what percentage of the shifts go a week with having no fire calls or 1 fire call. It's not like they're running around, you know, wearing out their fire engines, going to fire calls. And adding another fire engine isn't going to help. And it'd help me maybe because to be a little bit closer to my house than having to come up from the south end, but that's minor. And the fire engines used to be that they were 10 years online and then 10 years in reserve. That's now been cut back to 8 and 8. And, vehicles last longer than they used to. Why aren't the fire trucks lasting as long as they used to? It's not that they're going to fires, it's they're being used as taxis to go to the medical calls. So what we really need is not another fire engine, we need another ambulance. If we had another ambulance, then you'd be spreading the medical calls out more, and that actually might help the firefighters. They wouldn't be as busy if there was an extra ambulance. The other thing you could do is, because you already have one at each station, you could take the extra ambulance and instead of having a 24-hour shift, make it an 8-hour shift. 5 8-hour shifts a week, and assign them to the times that are busiest. So instead of having, having to put on 4 different, shifts of this ambulance, you only put on the 8-hour shifts when it's the busiest. And the other thing you do is you say, this is an ambulance, it will be manned with paramedics. They do not need to be firefighters. We already have firefighters in all the engines. This thing will simply handle the medical calls, which is what most of our calls are. And if the fire department would take that, have an ambulance for 40 hours a week, and compare that to how much it would save in time for the firefighters as compared to having another engine, they might be surprised. They might discover that's what would really help out the poor firefighters, because it would be shaving the peaks when they're busiest. And if the fire department still wants to pretend they're a fire department that only puts out fires, instead of what they really are, is an ambulance service that puts out a couple fires a week, then maybe we need to contract it. Hire an ambulance to sit at Concord Hospital and handle the calls, because that's where our need is. And I'd rather have an extra ambulance, because those are the people that need that fast service quick. I mean, sure, you get to a fire sooner, you can put it out quicker. You get to a medical call sooner, maybe that person will live instead of dying. So I think having the extra ambulance is far more important than having another fire engine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Any questions? Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your continued attentiveness to what happens here. First, I'd just like to suggest that have you considered reaching out to your state reps, who I think are Representatives Jim McKay and Chris Schultz? You should contact them about the bills they could propose, as well as a wonderful state senator in Tara Reardon. So that also is sort of a joke. But I wish, the only regret I have in any of your testimony is that you usually have such great points. I wish that we could have more of a dialogue. So maybe, have you considered putting these together ahead of some of our meetings at times so we could go through and research some of these things for you? I feel like there's so many things that get unaddressed that are good ideas or good questions. That would be my only real question for you.
I guess my experience is when I send emails to the city council, I never get answers, so I assume you don't read them, so why am I wasting my time writing these up? At least here you have to listen to me, because the mayor hasn't thrown me out yet.
I read every one. I do.
Me too.
Any other questions for Mr. Schweiker?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schweiker, as always. It is great to see you again.
Good to see you again, Mayor Champlin. Before I apologize for my appearance, I was late. My radiator in my car broke down, and I had to borrow my aunt's car. But if the bus offered a night service,
The first time you and I talked.
Yo, for sure, it's always the bus that gets brought up. But tonight I am actually here to talk about the Everett Arena.
You have to identify yourself for the record keeper.
Good evening. My name is Brennan Bork, resident of Pennacook Ward 1. I would first like to start out by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the City Council for all the hard work that you put in. My meme always said that City Council is a thankless job, and I just want to let you know that people in the community appreciate the hard work that you do. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
And I may not agree with every decision that comes off of this body, but I hold it in my heart that each one of you guys wants to see Concord succeed and the next generation of Concordians succeed as well. So tonight I will present my plan for how I believe the city can keep the Everett Arena as not only a viable nonprofit ice rink, but also as an economic power drive for our city. At the Finance Committee last Thursday, the Everett Arena was brought up briefly. Some questions were asked about the economic vitality of the market competitiveness of a single sheet ice arena. And as I was watching, it got me interested in the possibility of renovating the ice arena with the idea of hosting concerts in mind. Now, this is not a new thought of mine. I remember briefly discussing the topic with the mayor back in 2023 when the city began to host community events about the future of Kiwanis Park and Everett Arena. Since that discussion, I've been to hundreds, if not thousands, of concerts across this beautiful country. For the last several years now, I've been making a living by crisscrossing the country in my van with my dog Kentukuk or Tookie, and selling band merch, working for food vendors, volunteering, and working at festivals. Being born and raised right here in Concord, I enjoy my winters working at ski seasons. In my travels, I've been to New York City, to San Francisco, and every big and small town in between. And no city has or ever will compare to Concord. No matter how far I roam, Concord, but more specifically Pennacook, will always be my home. In my travels, I've been to shows at many, many venues. Radio City Music Hall, the Kennedy Center, the Grand Ole Opry, to the Warfield, to all the big arena venues like Gillette Stadium and Fenway, to all those little honky-tonk bars in East Kentucky. My passion is live music. Live music is such a powerful element for a community like ours. It not only has the power to bring small communities like ours together in a social and commonality sort of aspect, it has the power to hyperdrive the local economy. Now, yes, Concord already has a very lively and growing music scene. We have the Bank of New Hampshire stage, the Chubb Theater, many bars and restaurants with an entire array of local wonderful artists. It's very safe to say that Concord is a budding music town. I think the fact that a private investor sees the potential in restoring the Phoenix Hall into another venue for our town is evidence of our budding music scene. And I believe that the city should capitalize on it by taking lemons and turning into lemonade. We can continue growing our music scene, solve the arena deficit of $172,000 that Everett has occurred, and offer our residents a large spacious venue to see medium to large acts. From the most recent data I could easily access online, I believe it was from 2015, the arena's annual operating budget was approximately $600,000, and I believe that the revenue that was generated was around $600,000. $450,000 came from ice time rentals, $25,000 came from advertising, $50,000 came from concessions, and $62,000 came from non-ice rentals, and $20,000 came from miscellaneous other items. From my understanding of this data, the Everett Arena was pretty much a break-even endeavor for the city 10 years ago, and now I understand that there's a deficit. Now, I'm not sure of the numbers now because I searched the up-to-date numbers, but if we were operating at a $170,000 deficit now, when 10 years ago we were pretty much breaking even, if not generating a small amount of revenue. But I believe it was Councilwoman Brown and City Manager Aspel who brought up last week a need for more revenue for the Everett Arena. They're absolutely correct. They mentioned how the arena may be limited to generating ice time revenue because of the single surface ice rink, and if we raise rates too high, we become uncompetitive. I think it would indeed be difficult to go through with the costly renovation of the arena and park without a significant increase in revenue to service that debt. And I think live music at the Everett Arena can fill that gap and be a revenue generator for the city. Let me break it down. Currently, the Everett Arena has a 200 by 92 floor plan, 18,400 square feet, planned for dry events. It has 320 balcony seats and 711 bleacher seats. If we took 2,400 square feet away for backstage in a stage area, that leaves us with 16,000 square feet left for a large general admission floor. the 2,400, yeah, I already said that. If we took the current fire codes for event venues in the city of Concord, I believe it allows for we need 7 square feet of space per person, per attendee. I'm not sure, I believe, but, of space per person. 16,000 square feet divided by 7 square feet is 2,285 people on the floor, plus the 320 balcony seats, plus 500 of the 700 bleacher seats gives you a 3,100 capacity venue in the current form. From my understanding of the music industry, artists work on a guarantee. A promoter agrees with an artist to pay them a certain amount, usually the 3,000 seat, at the 3,000 seat level. Artists will take the capacity of the venue, in our case a 3,000 seat medium-sized venue, and multiply that by $15 to $20. 3,000 times 20 is $60,000. The promoter will take that $60K and give it to the band months in advance. The way the venue makes money is in a couple different ways, but usually consists of a guarantee as well. Either the venue takes a guarantee from the promoter up front, or they agree to split ticket sales until the venue recoups its agreed upon rate. This rate too is usually calculated by multiplying the capacity by 40 to 50% of the ticket price. So for a 3,000 seat venue with a booked band with a $60,000 guarantee, the venue also makes about $60,000 from ticket sales. So in a $50 concert ticket, 20 of those dollars goes to the band, 20 of those dollars goes to the venue, and 10 of those dollars goes to the promoter for taking the risk. Now, this doesn't include the money from beer and liquor sales, parking, and the increased venue from raising advertising rates. So excluding revenue from miscellaneous revenue that could add extra hundreds of thousands of dollars, if the arena had just 10 concerts per year during the summer months, at roughly $60,000 per show, that's $600,000 per year in additional revenue, not including that extra income from concessions and parking and whatnot. Now I imagine this is a huge. Now I imagine parking is huge on people's minds at this point throughout this presentation. Where will 3,000 people park at the Everett Arena? The arena currently has 200 spaces that could maybe fit another 200 by the skate park. 400 spaces would definitely not be enough, but very few people go to shows alone. Usually it's a couple or a group of friends. I'd say you need roughly 1 parking space per 2.5 concert goers. For a 3,000 seat venue, we would need around 1,200 spaces. 3,000 times 2.5. Yeah, whoops. I believe if we really pushed it, we may be able to get at least half of the cars parked on that site, and for the remainder of the cars, we could potentially create an overflow spot at the sunflower fields. People could park in the field and walk the new fancy trail that goes under Loudon Road. Additionally, with safe enough planning around exit 14, people could walk from downtown to the arena. People could grab a beer before the show, walk to the arena, then after a show, walk back up to the main street for an after party at one of the bars. Another way to get to the venue, other than walking or driving or Ubering or biking, or is Ubering or biking on the new road trail. Also, if it came right down to it, I see more than enough parking in that area at the private businesses. Also, I don't want to stray too far off topic, but shows at the Everett Arena would be a great excuse to fund a nighttime and weekend bus service, and also build the pedestrian bridge we have talked about as a city. As I wind this presentation down, I'd like to say a few final things. Mayor Champlin has expressed concerns in previous short conversations about competing with the Capitol Center for the Arts. If we were to start hosting shows, and I just want to reassure him and the rest of the city councils that if we were to partner with the Capitol Center for the Arts as our main promoter, we'd actually be helping them out and creating business for them. See, I love the Chubb Theater and the Capitol Center for the Arts. I honest to God would rank it in the top 10 most beautiful small concert venues in the nation. The beautiful artwork, the facades, the decorating are unmatched. It's very Gatsby-esque. But having the seats fixed in position make it very hard to enjoy a show that makes you want to get up and spin around for 3.5 hours straight. Now, if we had the Everett as a venue, that's a lot of spinning room. A lot of people dancing in sync to a live band is an energy unmatched like no other. Also, having a 3,000 seat venue and a 1,200 seat venue like the Cap allows for musicians to keep growing their fan base. A 3,000 cap venue would allow for the perfect progression of an artist in our town. A small artist who tours regionally can play at the breweries, then move up to the stage, the Bank of New Hampshire stage, then move up to the 1,200 seat Chubb Theater, eventually taking the leap to the 3,000 capped Everett. I also think having a little competition amongst venues is a great thing in a music town. If one venue/promoter is the lone entity booking shows, they may get a bit boring on occasion and repetitive. I love the Capitol Center for the Arts and the shows they put on, but truthfully, it's a lot of the same shows year after year. And I think they do that to keep the lights on and because they know that it brings in money. But maybe another venue that isn't solely controlled by the Capitol Center for the Arts, that works with them on occasion, but also is open to working with other promoters, willing to take on some more risks with bringing in different acts and different genres, it could show the Capitol Center for the Arts that they too can take risks in booking different genres. I think the Phoenix Hall, a 500-seat venue across the street from the Bank of New Hampshire stage, which is a 400-seat venue, will force both of these venues to step outside their comfort zones and test different audiences in Concord. And who's to say that a 3,000-seat venue at the Capitol or at the Everett Arena couldn't do the same? Now I'll wrap this up by saying this. I love Concord with all my heart. I was born here, raised here, educated here, and I hope to be able to die here as well. Now I'm only 24. I hope that isn't for a long, long time. But in that time I get to be here, I hope to leave this town better than when I came into it. And maybe, just maybe, one of those things can be speaking up for live music and supporting it wherever an opportunity sees fit. I may not know much about servicing city debts, but I know music has the power to bring us all together in ways we in this town haven't even began to imagine. I propose being faced with this Everett Arena shortfall and the worries of not being able to generate enough revenue from the needed park renovations. I think it's worth looking at and funding a study to host events like concerts at the arena. Best case scenario is we unlock a potential revenue stream worth millions for the city and grow our music tourism industry in the process. The worst case scenario is we waste a couple $1,000s on looking into if this is even economically viable to pursue. Anyways, I digress to you elected officials to make these choices, and I thank you all for the time for letting me to speak, and I will now take questions if you have any.
Thank you, Brennan.
Yeah.
Councilor Horn.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, Brennan. I think you might know I'm a fervent concert goer as well. Are you old enough to remember when the Granite State Music Festival was at the arena with like Chris Robinson from the Black Crowes and Lucius?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, gosh.
You missed out.
That's it, Black
You
Crowes.
did say he was
I do
24.
remember as a little kid going into downtown and having a music festival on kind of Main Street. I guess maybe that was Market Days when I was very
Yeah.
young, but
No, it was at the arena in 2015.
okay. Oh no.
Outdoor festival.
Oh, they also had Lucius, which is
Lucius,
like
yep.
huge. Anyway, Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you so much for thinking outside the box, your energy, and actually putting it together in a plan. So at the last Everett Arena Advisory Committee, we were talking about different things we could do, and we have our next meeting in June, and I would love you to come.
Yes,
We don't have a date set, but please, that's my card. Yeah.
I would definitely go to that.
I
meeting.
would love to have you come and just present to the guys there too.
Any other questions? Councilor Seku.
It's not a question, but it's really a comment. Thank you very much for joining us here. I learned a lot from what you said, and thank you also for your entrepreneurship mindset. But since you said in 2023, you had a conversation with your honor, the mayor.
Yeah.
What has been happening since then? What is on the plan? Like,
So a little bit of that conversation. It was just kind of in passing. I had emailed. I thought about the Everett Arena concerts there before, and I had emailed the director of the Capitol Center for the Arts about potentially working with the city. The mayor had just been elected, and they had coffee. They had a meeting together for coffee, and they just discussed it briefly, but I don't recall much, honestly. it was very short and very not, yeah, it was just a very good idea. Yeah.
Thank you. Listening to you tonight and your passion, I think you should have a plan and you should pursue this plan. It's great ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Brennan.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Would anyone else like to testify? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing over. I'm sorry, Mr. Espel, did you want to testify?
But he's got a few things to say.
Public comment I found very, very encouraging. But if you look at the Kiwanis Park Master Plan, there is an outdoor venue for concerts with a band, but of course it'll be outdoor. And if you remember back, and I do remember the Crows.
You're old enough.
I'm old. Thank you for that. But there was a regular ongoing granite music festival, and if you right now where the proposed area for the skateboard park would go, there'd been a long-term standing plan for the city to have an amphitheater built into that hill where the Supreme Court is facing towards the river and have it out for outdoor concerts. So you could very easily, and I just pulled up the Kiwanis Park Master Plan, you could very easily tweak that so you could start an outdoor music festival on a regular basis down there. But it's something you'd have to implement as time goes on. Yeah. But there are pieces to that, along with the skateboard park and Concord Crew, that you could actually, his dream, you could actually take place. So you could maybe have something outdoors part of the year and indoors the other part of the year. So he is, I think he's on to something very good.
No, I think he is. I mean,
thank you, Ron.
I wasn't. I was going to mention it when Brett was up here, but a couple weeks ago I was in Boston to see LCD Sound System at a 3,000 person venue, standing room only, in Boston. So, right, it happens, right? Right.
It happens.
But I didn't see you there, and I'm really surprised. All right. I will remind City Council that there is a very brief non-public session after we adjourn, so please stay here. That also means we do need to clear the room of those who are not going to participate. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee meeting. Moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.